city to the world. This is 92.7 KUFM Newstalk.
The time is 6:30 a.m. Good morning and welcome to News Dawn on 92.7 KUFM Benin City. First, the headlines. Nigeria records 16 new cases of COVID-19. Customs boss approves release of rice, other items worth 3.2 billion naira. On Extra Voices, a Chinese company in Edo State ignores lockdown order to curtail spread of coronavirus.
And in business, African Development Bank approves $2 million emergency assistance.
And in sports, Ronaldinho Gaucho released from Paraguayan prison.
Details of these and more after this break. I am Charles Oporum. Now the news in detail. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, on Wednesday night recorded 16 new cases of the coronavirus. 10 cases were recorded in Lagos, 2 cases were recorded in the FCT, 2 in Oyo, 1 in Delta, and 1 in Katsina. This brings the total number of confirmed cases in Nigeria to 254. So far, 44 persons have been discharged, with 6 deaths recorded in Nigeria. For a breakdown of cases by states, Lagos has 130, FCT 50, Osun 20, Oyo 11, Edo 11, Bauchi 6, Akwa Ibom 5, Kaduna 5, Ogun 4, Enugu 2, Ekiti 2, Rivers 2, Benue 1, Ondo 1, and Kwara 2, Delta 1, and Katsina 1. Elsewhere, the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, UBTH, has commenced mass production of liquid soap and hand sanitizers for staff. This was disclosed on Tuesday by the Chief Medical Director of UBTH, Professor Darlington Obaseki, at a news conference in Benin City. Obaseki, who was represented at the forum by the Chairman, Medical Advisory Committee of UBTH, Professor Casimir Omwemu, said those COVID-19 patients who had tested positive for the disease should be in an isolation center and a hospital. He said over 1,000 bottles of sanitizers are produced daily for staff. The Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 says President Muhammadu Buhari may decide to extend the lockdown of Lagos, Ogun, and the Federal Capital Territory on coronavirus if so advised by experts based on the evaluation of current situation. Recall that Buhari had a week ago ordered a total lockdown of Lagos, Ogun, and FCT for 14 days in the first instance to checkmate the spread of coronavirus. The lockdown will be day 9, running on Wednesday, April 8, 2020. Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman, Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Boss Mustafa, made the remarks on Tuesday while briefing State House correspondents in Lagos after an inspection of isolation facilities in different parts of the state. Also, the regional manager, Southwest Airports, Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Victoria Shinaba, on Tuesday said about 1,739 foreigners have so far been evacuated from Nigeria through the Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, since the evacuation exercise commenced about 10 days ago. This is just as Delta Airlines on Monday evacuated 200 Americans through the Lagos airport in continuation of the exercise. According to Shinaba, the evacuation exercise started with the airlifting of French and European citizens by Air France late March. Other airlines, including Nigerian Air Peace, have participated in airlifting the foreign nationals out of the country. The Comptroller General of Nigeria Customs Service, Colonel Hamid Ali, retired, has approved the release of 46,000 metric tons of rice, 36,495 kegs of vegetable oil, and other items valued at 3.2 billion naira for distribution. The Customs Public Relations Officer, Joseph Atta, made this known in a statement in Abuja on Tuesday. Atta said the relief items were to boost the federal government's continuous efforts to alleviate sufferings associated with the painful but necessary ongoing lockdown in some parts of the country. According to him, others are 136,705 cartons of tomato paste, 2,951 cartons of spaghetti, 1,253 packets of noodles, 828 bales of wrappers, and 2,300 rolls of lace fabric. Atta said only edible items certified by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, for human consumption will be released to the public. Chinese billionaire Jack Ma has made additional donations, including 500 ventilators to Nigeria and 53 other African countries to help fight coronavirus. The billionaire disclosed via his Twitter handle that the new donations also include 200,000 suits and face shields, 2,000 thermometers, 1 million swabs and extraction kits, as well as 500,000 gloves. The supplies are the second the co-founder of Alibaba e-commerce company is sending to Africa. China's medical supplies for Nigeria and 17 other African countries have arrived in Accra and are scheduled to be delivered to the other 17 countries within a few days. Apart from Nigeria, other beneficiaries are Ghana, Senegal, Gabon, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, and 11 other countries. This is as the Nigerian government is facing criticism from medical and other professional associations over its attempt to invite an 18-member medical team from China to assist in the fight against COVID-19. KUFM's News Dawn continues right after this break. Stay with us, please.
You see, if you do not enter the game,
ona ege na yata bo ma koyo ona ne coronavirus na wa gbele bu na ege no keke na ya ga lu ebe na ya ye gbo wa ne bo tie toilet roll ra upo ne kere na ye mo bo ne bo tie akati ya gunu kebiwe wa ga tolu mo ege no keke na ya ga gbobo ege ya kebe ave lu hand sanitizer aye na bi egbe na mo no tolu mo na so gege de kan we ege na o keke na ga gba o de gbo ma kebe o temi yo ma no si ko ma de guna ge ige egbe we no we ra o no si ke we egeje yari o wisi egbe no si ke we se o 13 tie o laba na 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ni we de gbe tie 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ujirege enwe ayahin magbon coronavirus emi na bege ba o KUFM 92.7 oyun na la wewe.
Welcome back. The medical aids and the professionals provided by the Chinese government to assist Nigeria combat coronavirus will arrive on Wednesday, April 8th. The China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, CCECC, the main contractor handling the rail modernization program of the federal government, facilitating the assistance of the medical experts, announced Tuesday night in a statement in Abuja. Among the materials which will be arriving the country through a chartered flight by a local air carrier include 16 tons of test kits, ventilators, disinfection machine, disposable medical masks, N95 masks, medicines, rubber gloves, protective gowns, goggles, face shields, infrared thermometers, and other critical care items. The statement, CCECC explained that it sponsored a Chinese medical team and medical supply to Nigeria with the backing of the federal government of Nigeria, its home government, and its mother company, the China Railway Construction Corporation, through its subsidiary CCECC, after exhaustive deliberation on how to help the country check the outbreak of the coronavirus. The statement noted that to allay the fears of Nigerians, all members of the working team have tested negative to COVID-19 and shall commence their stay in Nigeria by undertaking a 14-day quarantine. Two pilots, Samuel Ogoji and Samuel Buhari, were on Tuesday remanded in prison by a Port Harcourt magistrate court for alleged violation of Governor Nyesom Wike's executive order on the closure of River State borders to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Presiding Chief Magistrate Didi Ihua Maduyi, who remanded both pilots to the Port Harcourt Correctional Center till May 19, 2020 for the commencement of trial, also ordered that COVID-19 tests be carried out on the duo to ascertain their status. The arraignment of the accused employees of Carverton Helicopters followed Governor Wike's storming of the firm's operations at the Nigeria Air Force Base, Port Harcourt, resulting in their arrest by the State Police Command, who took them. The Katsina State government on Tuesday announced the death of one Dr. Aminu Yakubu, a Daura-based private medical practitioner who recently returned from Lagos and died 3 days after in the state. The state governor, Aminu Bello Masari, while making the announcement, said the results from the laboratory tests showed that Yakubu was COVID-19 positive, which contributed to his death. Yakubu, who is a native of Kogi State, was also said to be suffering from hepatitis and threats of hypertension. The governor further announced the commencement of contact tracing of all those the dead medical practitioner must have come into contact with from Lagos to Katsina between Tuesday and Wednesday morning. While authorities are striving to contain the spread of coronavirus disease in Edo State, Yongjing Steel, a Chinese company based in Edo State, continued operation with over 2,000 workers despite a partial lockdown. Details in our extra voices after this break.
In the ever-revolving world of news, one story becomes extinct the moment another major story breaks.
Market women don't know whether they be anything.
But with KUFM's Extra Voices, the story never dies. It just takes on a new life.
Market meho. There is no water in the house. The toilet is not good.
We don't have any fashion in APC.
We bring you new angles and fresh perspectives to every story, no matter how old or remote.
There are a lot of educated people that are involved in politics nowadays.
We go a little beyond the surface to get you those extra details ignored in the rush for the news.
Now bridge, now we take the entire now.
Some don't die for inside.
We go beyond the lines to bring extra voices, not just for those making the stories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But for those affected by the stories.
I've lost one bag of rice, documents.
So it's a real disaster.
With Extra Voices, we add new flavor to give fresh perspective and taste to an old story. Extra Voices airs every Wednesday and weekends on KUFM's major news bulletins.
A Chinese company based in Ugwa, Ikbobawaka local government area of Edo State, has continued operations despite the partial lockdown order by the government to contain the spread of coronavirus disease in Edo State. Workers in the company told Extra Voices that they have been locked inside the gated plant for over a week now as it continues production 24 hours a day. Extra Voices gathered that many of them, living as much as 10 in a room, have been coughing persistently without medical checks. Chinedu Ekeja has been tracking the story for Extra Voices, and here are the full details.
Occupying a massive expanse of land with over 2,000 workforce in a single shift, Yongjing Steel Company is obviously in a world of its own, not affected by the halt that the outbreak of coronavirus disease has put on companies all over the world. While other multinational companies operating in Edo State, including those manufacturing essential beverages, have shut down operations, Yongjing never put off its plant, not even for a minute. Extra Voices visited some of the plants like Coca-Cola along Benin Auchi Road, Guinness plant along Agbo Park, and many others. We observed a near-dead silence with just a few active workers on site.
The plant is not working. The plant is not working right yet.
Well, Yongjing Steel has obviously snubbed a lockdown order by the authorities to curtail the spread of coronavirus disease, even as other companies are counting their losses as a result of the halts in operation. Some of the workers spoke to Extra Voices on the condition that their names should not be mentioned. They told us that they had been locked in with a threat to lose their jobs or salaries if they leave. Against the social distancing rule, they were crowded 10 persons in a dormitory room, even while many of them have been coughing, sneezing, and exhibiting other symptoms persistently.
They used to pay us when we work. If they don't want us to go, nonsense. Not enough accommodation. Almost 30 people is living inside one apartment. So some of those workers here are sick. They have serious cough and fever. It's nice. Don't used to allow people to rest. They will disturb people with cough. I'm talking about inside the room that I am. The rest room, to go there will seem more problem.
They can't leave or protest, even when many of them want to. The company pays mid-month, and that will mean losing all you've worked for since 15th of last month.
Some of them, they are afraid of reporting because if they report, they will send them home without payment.
Another worker who also pleaded anonymity countered the claim. Though he confirmed the plant has operated multiple shifts since COVID-19 outbreak, where he said workers were given a choice to either leave or stay.
There is constant hand sanitizer at the gate of the dormitory. There are lots of people also that decided that they are going to work, apart from people that came from far. But I was listening to your station when someone called and was complaining that they are locked inside. It is something of choice.
He said the company also approved 15,000 naira feeding allowance due to the restriction imposed on workers' movement so they don't go out and get infected. A claim another worker confirmed but said it remained a mere pronouncement. Extra Voices took a trip to the plant about 15 kilometers off the city center to authenticate these claims.
Take the next right toward Bypass Road.
Thick cloud of smoke emanating from the large plant, indicating that smelting and other production processes are going on. Though we were not allowed entrance, we observed a crowd of workers in their hundreds milling around various segments of the plant. Soldiers and mobile policemen were on ground at the gate. Outside the plant, there's a bubble of human activities as businesses, including a brothel shop, were active while hundreds of trucks lined up waiting to be loaded with goods or discharge metal scraps raw materials for the plant.
How many now?
We made frantic efforts to reach the management of Yongjin Steel, but they frustrated every effort to get them to react to these claims. Extra Voices spoke to a lady identified as a senior manager in the company. She first said the company has shut down operation due to coronavirus disease, but when confronted with claims of the workers and our observations, she said she can't talk for now, promising to get back to Extra Voices.
But now the company is not down.
What production is going on?
I don't really know what I'm saying. Okay, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you.
Okay. She never did, and she never picked nor returned any of the telephone calls placed on her line subsequently. When contacted, members of Edo State COVID-19 response team said they were not aware of the situation. One of the members and Commissioner for Health, Dr. Patrick Okondia, said they will mobilize their team to visit the plant immediately. For KUFM's Extra Voices, Chinedu Ekeja.
Coming up in the moment on our business news, African Development Bank approves $2 million emergency assistance. Stay with us, please.
Beautiful one, I call on you today.
Bless you.
This not be time of bless you. This is where we say coronavirus so they show itself for the world there. Now time to use tissue paper or handkerchief. Take cover your mouth or nose when you dey cough or sneeze. This is not time to always wash your hand. Use hand sanitizer where contain better alcohol. This is not time to give ears, as in avoid me, give me space to any person where they cough or sneeze. This is not time to protect yourself or neighbors from sickness. So if you notice anything, sharp, carry yourself or the person go hospital or call this number free of charge. You're not going to collect money for your hand. That is toll-free number for 080 00 26 7662. 080 00 26 7662. The first thing bring this other number for 080 09 70 00010. Remember, say life now says coronavirus not the show for face, so now person with their life you carry first to. This message is from KUFM 2.7.
You're still on to News Dawn on 92.7 KUFM Benin City. And on business news this morning, the Nigerian Stock Exchange All-Share Index increased to 20,925.19 points from preceding trading day low of 20,669.38 points. Orlando has details and more on our business news.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 600 billion, and the last kobo. Oh yes, we follow the money. It's all about the business and the business of business. The gains and the losses. The bulls and bears. The rise and falls. The risk and the satisfaction of seeing the last kobo rise to millions. On KUFM's Business News, the simple and complex jargons of business just make sense. Get the trending news on the morning market, forecast, investment opportunities, policy changes, and other breakout information on the ever-busy world of business. KU Business News, Monday to Friday on our news dawn, 6:30 to 7 a.m.
Good morning. The Board of Directors of the African Development Bank, AFDB, has approved $2 million in emergency assistance for the World Health Organization to reinforce its capacity to help African countries contain the COVID-19 pandemic and mitigate its impact. The grant, which is in response to an international appeal by the World Health Organization, will be used by the world body to equip regional member countries to prevent, rapidly detect, investigate, contain, and manage detected cases of COVID-19. It is one part of several of the bank's interventions to help member countries address the pandemic, which, while slow to arrive in Africa, is spreading quickly and is straining already fragile health systems. The Nigeria stock market closed on a positive note on Tuesday, April 7th, as investors showed interest in a number of fundamentally sound stocks seen trading at lower bands. Foremost among the said stocks is MTN, which occupied topmost position on the gainers list. The telco share price increased from 92 naira to 94 naira 8 kobo, adding 2 naira 8 kobo or 3.04%. From a preceding day low of 10.772 trillion naira, listed stocks value increased by 133 billion naira to 10.905 trillion naira at the close of remote trading session. The Nigerian Stock Exchange NSE All Share Index ASI increased to 20,925.19 points from preceding trading day low of 20,669.38 points. Yet to date, the market has recorded negative return of minus 22.04%, while this month of April, the market has lost 1.76% of its value. Brent crude oil futures was $33.9 per barrel as at close 4 p.m. Nigeria time on Tuesday. Also on the gainers table include Lafarge Africa PLC, which rallied from 9 naira 8 kobo to 10 naira 75 kobo, adding 95 kobo or 9.6% or 9.69%. Banking stocks were actively traded, led by GT Bank, Zenith, FBN Holdings, and UBA. Adova PLC recorded the biggest decline from 13 naira 8 kobo to 12 naira 45 kobo, shedding 1 naira 35 kobo or 9.78%, while Cadbury Nigeria PLC dipped from 7 naira to 6 naira 3 kobo, losing 70 kobo or 10%. And finally, on business, there are indications that the federal government may deregulate the petroleum downstream sector as subsidy on premium motor spirits, PMS, known as petrol, has been removed. Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, Mele Kyari, hinted of a possible deregulation of the Nigerian downstream petroleum sector, stating that the federal government has eliminated subsidy and under-recovery in the industry. Kyari further disclosed that Nigeria's crude oil and condensate output has risen to 2.3 million barrels per day. He stated that the output growth, which was achieved on Sunday, was the first time the country was hitting that milestone in very many months and years. He noted that despite the glut in crude oil supply across the world due to the novel coronavirus pandemic, the country was still getting buyers for its crude oil, while he added that the numbers of stranded vessels carrying Nigeria's crude oil had dropped to less than 20. Kyari further projected that crude oil prices would end the year at an average of $30 per barrel, going by global economic trend. And in sports, two-time Ballon d'Or winner Ronaldinho released from prison. Ego Saibeka has more on our sport decks this morning.
Former Brazil and Barcelona forward Ronaldo de Assis Moreira, commonly known as Ronaldinho Gaucho, will be released from jail into house arrest in Paraguay after he and his brother paid $1.6 million in bail. The 39-year-old who won the World Cup with Brazil in 2002 was arrested on March 6 with his brother and business manager Roberto Assis. They were accused of possessing fake Paraguayan passports, with a lawyer for the duo claiming their detention was arbitrary, abusive, and illegal. The judge said he would permit them to move into Palmaroga Hotel in Asunción after depositing $800,000 each into a local bank account on Tuesday while they awaited their trial and would be allowed to receive visits. The former Grêmio, Flamengo, and Paris Saint-Germain star last played professionally in 2015 and was the best player in the world at his peak in the early part of the century. Ronaldinho was named FIFA World Player of the Year in 2004 and 2005 and won the World Cup with Brazil in 2002 and the UEFA Champions League with Barcelona in 2006. Manchester United manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer says it was unfair to single out footballers over the issue of pay cuts during the coronavirus pandemic and insisted that they are easy targets. Solskjaer, who spoke to reporters on Tuesday, added it was time to stop criticizing the players. The former Red Devil striker said they would not be sending staff on leave of absence, while club captain Harry Maguire has reportedly asked his teammates to donate 30% of their wages to help Manchester hospitals. England's worthy Premier League stars have come under fire over their lack of action, with British Head Secretary Matt Hancock calling for them to take a pay cut and play their part. The Premier League has urged players to accept wage reductions of 30%, but ongoing talks have hit a stumbling block. Meanwhile, league leaders Liverpool were forced into an embarrassing U-turn on Monday after the league leaders initially said they would use public money to pay non-playing staff. Tottenham Hotspur, Newcastle United, Bournemouth, and Norwich City have also used the government's follow-up plan. And finally, UFC President Dana White says he's close to securing a private island to continue hosting fights during the coronavirus crisis. The 50-year-old revealed that UFC 249 will go ahead on 18th April at an undisclosed location. The organization was forced to postpone 3 events in recent months, but White says the calendar will resume for international fights this month. He said he's a day or two away from finding a location to start hosting fights. With countries tightening travel restrictions and borders, White plans to fly in fighters who otherwise would not be able to get into the United States. Lightweight champion Khabib Nurmagomedov was due to take on Tony Ferguson in New York at UFC 249, but Nurmagomedov in quarantine in Russia with lightweight champion Khabib Nurmagomedov was due to take on Tony Ferguson in New York at UFC 49, but with Nurmagomedov in quarantine in Russia, White confirmed that Justin Gaethje will replace him. He said the UFC will be pumping out fights every week, but fighters will be regularly tested for coronavirus, and there will be no fans at the events. And that's sports on KUFM's News Dawn. My name is Ewosa Agbekan. Back to you, Charles.
Thank you very much, Agosa, for those sports stories. And with those stories, we come to the end of our package this morning. But before we leave, here's a quick recap of the headlines. In this bulletin, we told you that Nigeria has recorded 16 new cases of COVID-19. We also told you that the customs boss has approved the release of rice and other items worth 3.2 billion naira. And on our extra voices, we told you how a Chinese company in Edo State has ignored the lockdown order to curtail the spread of coronavirus and have continued their operations. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KUFM News Dawn was produced by Blessing Asekome. I am Charles Oprum saying thanks for listening and good morning.
92.7 KUFM. I'm trying to make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or rest. Try Maggi Niger Pots for that delicious bottom pot. Niger Pots, delicious bottom pots. Maggi Niger Pots, delicious bottom pots. Yeah.
New Maggi Niger Pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
I and they that God has given me, we are made signs and wonders.
Good morning and welcome to the Bob Only Devotional. Be blessed as you listen.
Today is Wednesday, April 8th. Our topic is grace to convert your reality in Christ to your experience. Our Bible texts are Ephesians 1 verse 15 to 17 in the Living Bible and Ephesians 1 18 to 19 in the New International Version. I read, ever since I heard of your strong faith in the Lord Jesus, I have never stopped thanking God for you. I pray for you constantly, asking God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, to give you wisdom to see clearly and to really understand who Christ is and all he has done for you. I pray also that the eyes of your heart may be enlightened in order that you may know the hope to which he has called you, the riches of his glorious inheritance in the saints, and his incomparably great power for us who believe.
After the show, it's the after party then. After the party, it's the hotel lobby. And after the Belvedere, it's probably Chris. And after the original, it's probably this. Fiesta, remix with the homie from the Midwest side. Game recognized, game.
Now, if I got money, then you feel it. And if you rolling on things, then you feel it. If you drunk off in the club, then you feel it. If you're some money making dog, then you feel it. Those who do you feel it? And if your hands is in the air, you got to feel it. If you're sipping on some Chris, you got to feel it. And if you're throwing up the you got to feel it. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the yes, the yes, the yes, the track masters. Yes, the yes, the fiesta. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the yes, the yes, the yes, Parkland. Yes, the yes, yes, the TM. Yes, the yes, the fiesta. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the yes, the yes, the yes, Parkland. Yes, the yes, the track masters. Yes, the yes, the fiesta. Yes, the
Always a huge sports party on 90.7 KUFM Benin City. It is Sports Fiesta and it is live on this frequency. And check out what we have for you this morning. Somebody is saying that slashing NPFL salaries will be wickedness. And we can tell you that Ronaldinho Gacho has regained temporary freedom. No, he is still in custody, but he has been released from a prison in Paraguay, and he is to be held in a hotel in Asuncion. And then we'll also be looking at what's happening in Burundi. They say their league will go on until the situation worsens, until the coronavirus spreads. That if it remains the way it is right now, they will keep on playing. You know, we told you there are some countries where they are playing. Belarus is one of them, and Burundi. They are also playing their league. And we'll be looking at the latest happenings in football in England. Tottenham Hotspur, they have reminded their players of their responsibilities over social distancing after some media posts appeared which showed them failing to follow the social distancing guidelines. So good morning and welcome to Sports Fiesta. My name is Saliu Ibrahim. They call me the Sports Ibracadabra. Egosa Agbekan, the Sports Maestro, is also here. Egosa, let's begin from home. Kano Pillars youngster Kenneth Kumbu Anya, they call him sorry, had to take care of a problem there. Okay, a football coach and administrator, Austin Antiowa, he says it will amount to wickedness for any club in the Nigerian Professional Football League to cut down player salary in the name of the COVID-19 crisis. You know what is happening in Europe? Many footballers have, that's in different countries, they have opted to have their salaries reduced. In Barcelona, for instance, the players agreed that they would be giving up 70% of their salary. In Juventus and in some other clubs in different countries, they've also done that. But right now in England, they are having something of a battle because the Premier League, they have proposed 30% salary reduction, while the players are saying, look, this is not fair, we are being put in, under the spotlight and all of that. But Tiwa is saying that if you do that in Nigeria, because of what you are saying happening in Europe, you now say footballers should also take a pay cut, that it is going to amount to wickedness, that we cannot have that, which you cannot have the same thing happening in Europe happening here. And we hear that some of them might decide to emulate this. Already, Nigeria National League side, Yobe Desert Stars, they recently slashed the allowances of their players and officials. But Etiowa says, look, this is not justified. You cannot be doing this because in the first place, you are not even paying them, you are not paying the players and officials what amounts to anything.
Yeah, I know they are not getting getting anything close to what they are getting in Europe, but I think this has affected all the sporting events all over the world. So also the NPFL, and the fact that they've not been making money, I think it's also right for them to take a pay cut. But that would depend on how many percent pay cut they are going to be giving to the players, to take. And even if you are going to give them a 10% pay cut, well, it all depends on what they are receiving, and if it could be 5%. But I think the players this time around should also contribute in one way or the other.
Why? Why should they contribute?
Yeah, they should contribute. It's business, and for the fact that they've not been playing, the club, they've not been making money. The league management company, they've not been making money. Nobody has been going to the stadium, no tickets, nothing, and just like what is happening in Europe, and other stuff has to be taken care of. So if a player, for instance, who's playing, for instance, an Imba player getting at least 200 or 250,000 per month, okay, if you ask him to give like 30,000 from that amount, and other players should bring together to also assist other players, non-playing staff. I don't think that is wrong, honestly, because it's what is going on over the world. I know, yes, it's really hard for you to ask a local-based player to bring out of his salary because what they are getting is not even enough to take them home. But it's all sacrifice. Everyone has to pay a price. It all depends on how the price is going to go. So for me, even if it's 5%, it all depends on what they are going to ask them to pay. But
do you hold on? Do you really think Nigerian club sides, apart from maybe let's say Kano Pillars and maybe one or two other clubs that you see the stadium filled to capacity when they are playing matches, do you think they make a substantial amount of their revenue from gate takings in Nigeria?
Well, for me, if not from gate takings,
how many matches since I came to Benin in 2015? I've never attended a Bendel Insurance game or heard of a Bendel Insurance match where the fans paid to get into the stadium, and yet they have been paying Bendel Insurance salary. So if the management of Bendel Insurance, God forbid, which is the Edo State government, now says, okay, because of the coronavirus pandemic, we are going to slash your salary by a certain percentage, you think it will be justified in doing that?
Well, the fact that the state governments, they are the ones that are, sponsoring this club, talking about Bendel Insurance, it's going to be difficult a bit, but if the government that have also rebranded the team give them something that could also be okay for them, and this time they are saying, okay, let's take a little from there. I don't think the players they will always frown, but I don't think they will say, okay, no, this is wickedness and all that. Yes, but then it could be little as 5 or 10%. But what I'm saying here is that for Bendel Insurance, always throw their gates open for free. The fact that the state government is the ones sponsoring them, they could allow them to say, okay, you just have your money, we are the ones paying you. The fact that we
Austin Tiowa is saying, see, the only time that he will listen or agree with any club slashing salaries is if the government, if revenue from the government reduces. That's if the government is not giving them, because most of the clubs are even owned by the state government. So if the state government is no longer giving them what they were giving them before, that even feels that even now the remuneration should even increase, because now the management of the clubs are not spending money, because they usually spend money when they have to transport the players. They travel, they pay for hotel accommodation and all of that. Because really, if it is gate takings, it is not, they are not really doing it. If it is merchandising, I don't know how many clubs you have in Nigeria where you can easily buy their jersey and the money goes directly to the clubs. I don't know how many of them have really set up business departments where they make money on behalf of the clubs. It is usually the government giving them subventions, the government taking care of everything. So if he is saying, look, if the government, maybe because they are having to shut down different states and revenue is no longer coming as it used to, then he will understand if the players are now being told, okay, we are going to reduce your salary for this period until revenue increases, until they start getting something from the government. But the way it is right now, then it shouldn't be that. The players, for one, they are no longer in camp. So many of these clubs are not paying for hotel accommodation anymore. So there should even be more money available.
Well, I think for the fact that most of the clubs have been sponsored by government and the state government this time around, though they are also trying their own best, but I think it's best for them to allow them to relax, except for the private owned clubs like Dynamite Force being owned by a private individual. Yes, if he comes out to say, okay, I want to get a little slash in order for him to also help, do some other things. I'm sure the players will understand because it's a private owned.
And again, it depends on the kind of contract that was signed. Yeah, it could be that the arrangement was we'll pay you based on the matches that you play. Yeah, so if that is the case, now that you're not playing matches, then you do not get anything. Yes, it's just like when you agree that, okay, for every win, you get a winning bonus. For a withdraw, you get something. So if you are not doing all that, then you're not going to get anything. But for some that are owned by the government and they are in the civil service, as long as you are paying the civil servants the full salary, then the players should also be getting some of these things. Let's take a direct quote now from Austin Chihuahua, who is the former coach of the Nigerian Defense College FC. He says their players are no longer in camp, so they are not paying for hotel accommodation. Clubs are not traveling for matches, just as players' medical needs are no longer there. So they have recurrent expenditures that are no longer there, but their allocation is constant. So that is his argument. If any club chairman is thinking that he has no he's thinking like that, that is reducing of player salaries, he has no justifiable reasons. It will be wickedness. I repeat, Nigerian clubs don't do any business, so they shouldn't be copycats. What is happening in European clubs is different.
Yeah, it's different because in Europe, you have to go to the stadium and get your ticket before you go in, get your muffler or your handband, whatever, and that goes straight into the club's account. And that's the reason why players like Atletico Madrid, for instance, their players could say, okay, 70% we can let go of that. Juve also did the same thing because of what is coming in. But here we struggle to pay players sometimes. We even complain here that what they are taking home is not even enough to take them home. So if you ask them to come as sacrifice at this time, I think it's going to be a bit tough on the players. Honestly, it's going to be a bit tough because even right now, I don't know how the contract they sign, if they are being paid at the moment, now that the players are home, they are not playing, because sometimes you don't get to understand the contract situation when it comes to Nigerian professional football. It's really difficult to understand. So for me, it all depends on the contracts being signed by the players. So if the players are there at home right now not doing anything and they are still being paid, then it's a different ball game. But if they are not paid, if it's play as you play, a contract, then I think it's going to be.
Yeah, but I am sure the professional club sides will not allow the players to have side hustle. You cannot. If somebody is a player of Rangers International, for instance, you will not allow the person to still be a staff of KUFM. Yeah, so you cannot say, yes, we are locking down and all that, you are not playing matches, so because of that, we will not be paying you. Where do you expect the player to get money from? Because you said he is your player, and so long as during the duration of that contract, he is your player, and that's the only job that he does. So the clubs must still be responsible for paying the salaries of the club. But you will understand when you look at the arguments of Austin Tiwa, you will understand exactly what he's saying. That the state governments are still sending monies to the management of the club, so they do not have any reason to say they want to slash their salaries. That is going to be wickedness. But you still have some privately run clubs in the Nigerian Professional Football League, and also in the different leagues. FC Fayemba, for instance, is one of them. Yeah. So if the owner of the club says, for instance, his revenue has dwindled because of the lockdown, they are not making enough money, so they have to come to an agreement to see what they can do, then you've got to understand that. But for those that are getting their monies from the government, and for now the government is still paying them, giving them what they have been giving them, he says no reason why any club will say they want to emulate what happens in Europe. And again, maybe this is a time for the clubs to really look inwards and change things. Yeah, we are talking about the government also doing the right thing. Maybe this coronavirus pandemic gives us a unique opportunity to reset everything about the country, especially our health infrastructure. We can see that it is really bad. It is not in any shape to handle a serious problem. So after this whole thing, perhaps we should now think of ensuring that every state has very solid health infrastructure. So God forbid, but just in case you have this kind of situation again, then you will be better prepared to deal with it. So the same way, maybe the clubs now should really think about it. Merchandising, how the clubs will be independent of the government, how they will be selling their jerseys, how they will be selling mufflers, how they will be selling the way they do it in Europe. You don't know, there's no state government anywhere in Europe that sponsors a club. It is the club that runs itself. So they must set up business models that will take care of
by so doing, they first of all have to change their style of play, and if your style of play is not attracting fans to the stadium, then you don't have to wait for people to come and buy your jerseys.
It's not style of play. It's not what the style of play. I mean, to attract them. If they manage, look, every club does every club in Europe play the same way? There are clubs that almost every season they gain promotion, they are relegated the next season. But whenever they are there playing, their stadia are filled to capacity.
The way they are playing, the way we play football over here, and the structure.
I understand what you're saying. That's exactly what I'm countering.
If football is not attractive, people will not come to the stadium.
That is not it. It is not whether the football is attractive or not. It is just that the structure is poor. It is bad. How many of the clubs even have their own stadium? How many of them? You know, and it doesn't matter whether your play is attractive or not. If you have a solid business plan, you know how to merchandise, you have your jerseys that you sell, you have different souvenirs of the club that you are willing to sell, and you make a very good plan on how to get it to your fans, they are definitely going to buy it. And as I've said several times, the club should be owning their own stadium, and we should see how they can ensure that people come to the venue. It's with support. By the time they are able to get the support of the fans, and they are doing very well in business, then they can attract the best players. They can. How many clubs even have academies? I'm talking about real functional academies where the young footballers are also in school. Yeah. An academy built in the model of La Masia, not you just go somewhere and they say it's an academy, just there for 2 hours a day, and after that you go back home. That's not a football academy. They really need to properly.
Yeah, we are really lagging behind.
Okay.
Honestly, we have to restructure our own football in order for them to attract investors that will sponsor them.
Yeah, let's go on this break. We'll be right back.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow, what are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance cost.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Motel Road, off Ajib Junction, Sapler Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816-170-1105 or 0703-623-4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
Maggi Nigeria, I'm trying to make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Nigeria pots for that delicious bottom pot. Nigeria pots, delicious bottom pots. Maggi Nigeria pots, delicious bottom pots.
New Maggi Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Mama, my sister talk say by the time we are going to reach 5 years, my breast was done sharp well.
Wetin again she talk o?
She say make I dey eat food wey get better nutrients, wey they call iron, wey go make my brain dey sharp dey go.
Na true talk o. Na him make me dey give you Cerelac Junior every day o. Sake of say e go sama your body with half of the iron wey you dey need every day.
Cerelac Junior taste make sense wella.
Cerelac Junior with Iron Plus. Na better bowl of assurance.
Igbo kama waka ho emata n'oge emiame na toli coronavirus ọ na-awọ nebuna coronavirus ọ na-emiame na-eme no never na toli China vai ọ na-emiame na ha mụ ọrịa egbe ki akwa ọrịa ki ake he no kakai ọrịa ki ya tinye sokpa emo ekiribo o ramuje gọọmenti muja na remiege ọ na-emiame na ragbonebuwa bakiare bako bi anogbano na wari akobua va gwewe biunu sadeva tie diva ye kehen va yese megbe dede he swaria obo gọọmenti ye we never he sikoko gberai etu gbeva ene hieba ukumu evo ne hie evioko na okpalaki ayeki ene kale kidewo a akinyage gbe mobo jaye twabe ahi wise nebe usabo ye colony number na 08084096723 usabo ye call 0064258163 evo me ra go fe mu wa o ra tebelo wa se government yo se do ole donu homonare.
Your hands is in the air, you got to feel it. Sipping on some kush, you got to feel it. And if you're throwing up, you got to feel it. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the fiesta. Yes, the
All right, welcome back to Sports Fiesta live on 92.7 KFM Benin City with me, Sally Ibrahim, the Sports Abracadabra, and Agosa Ibeka, and the Sports Maestro. Okay, still saying in Africa, we hear that the Burundi Football Federation, they say domestic football competition will continue until the coronavirus spreads. They have introduced new measures in a bid to finish the season amid the pandemic. They are one of the few countries where football is still continuing despite the outbreak of the coronavirus. The FFB, they decided to continue the season after a meeting with the clubs on Sunday, whereupon players were told not to celebrate goals together, but to keep their distance from referees. So they want to observe social distancing in football. I don't understand.
No, playing football, physical contact.
Social distancing. Football is a contact sport. So if you have an attacker trying to score a goal, are you not going to tackle him? So it's like no shaking of hands before a game, and when a goal is scored, you see the players huddling together to celebrate, and after the match, they are shaking hands and hugging, but they did not shake hands before the game. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Now you say, okay, no celebrations, no shaking of hands, and all that. But you will still have to make contact during a game. I saw pictures yesterday of a governor in the state, I'm not going to mention the state, wearing masks but shaking hands. I mean,
what's the essence? What's the essence? He said no shaking, no hugging. Well, for Burundi, I think they are trying to close up their this season because they've got 3 matches left to round up the season, and that's why they are trying to see how they can. But you can't say celebration together, keep distance from each other when you are playing. That's wrong. But they can talk to the health authorities and see if the pandemic persist in their place. I think that's the only way they can say, okay, let's suspend it for that. But so long as they are still able to manage the situation, I think it will be better for them to manage it in definitive 3 rounds of matches and not those that are going to get relegated, those that will be gaining promotion, then the ones that will play in the continent and all that. So it's not going to be easy, but I think if they can manage it, fine. But telling the players not to shake hands, not to celebrate together, come on, that is not football. In football, if you score a goal, I think the excitement, before you even know that, yes, shaking hands is really not accepted at this point of time. You've already hugged all your teammates. So for me, they can just, if they can maintain the situation at the moment and also allow the health authorities to see, and then at the same time, reduce the number of spectators at the stadium, So I think that will also help them because they've, like I said before, they've got few matches, and their next matches will be on Saturday, 11th of this month. So if they have their next round of matches, then they have 2 to go. So let's see how things will pan out. For now, the Massaja and Ngozi, they are topping with 55 points from 27 matches, while Mozambique are second with 51 points. So then we look at it as, okay, if the top, the league leaders, if they should sleep and the second on the table should get a win, then there'll be 1 point behind. So it's still mathematical. There's a chance for Mozambique to get to win the league from La Masanja, and there's also a chance for La Masanja to also win the league. So it's very close at the moment between the first and second. It's only the team on the 10th spot, Dynamic, that will find it difficult to catch up with the first and second because they've got 42 points. So number 1 and 2, they've got the chance of being crowned champions at the end of the day. I wish them good luck.
Okay, that's what's happening in Burundi. They're insisting on continuing with their league. The same thing is happening in Belarus and 1 or 2 other countries.
Even Belarus, they have cup matches today. They don't have league matches, but they've got cup matches today. Slavia Mostar will be at home to Bati Borisov and the Belarusian Cup. Then Dynamo Brest will entertain Shakhtar Shulihorsk. Then we've got Tajikistan also playing this time today. They've got 2 matches for today. CSKA Pomai will be at home to FK Kujand, while FK Dushanbe 83 will entertain Super Cup champions Istico Dushanbe. These are the matches to expect today. Then in Nicaragua, there are matches for today. They've got 5 matches. Las Sabanas will take on Jalapa AROT, Managua FC versus Deportivo Octoha, Darianjen FC will take on Chinadenga, while CD Water Ferretti will be at home to Real Madrid. Then Real Esteli versus Juventus Managua. These are the matches we have having today in the 5 leagues currently going on in Europe.
Let's go to South America now. We know that Ronaldinho Gaucho, he was in a Paraguayan prison. He spent 32 days there and even played a game, and he was fantastic in that game. Scored 5 goals and had 2 assists in a match in prison. But we hear now that he has been released from the Paraguayan prison, but he's not free just yet. He has been placed under house arrest in a hotel in Asuncion. And this is what their lawyers initially asked for, that they should not be taking him to prison. They should put him under house arrest instead. But the judge refused and said that because he's Ronaldinho, even though he respects him and everything, justice must be done, and justice must be seen to be done. And that's why they had to bundle him to prison. But now, after they paid a fine, about $1.6 million dollars was paid, 800,000 for Ronaldinho and 800,000 for his brother, Roberto Assis. They were accused of entering Paraguay with fake Paraguayan passports. Well, we actually saw the passport, and they have admitted that they did this, but they said they didn't know. It wasn't like they deliberately decided to beat the system. It was just that they trusted somebody who took advantage of them. But Judge Gustavo Amarilla has decided that they can live in a hotel in Asuncion while they await their trial on their charges. And in case I wonder, why didn't Ronaldinho use his Brazilian passport? Right now, his Brazilian passport is seized. It is with the Brazilian government because he violated the laws of the land. He built on a land that's supposed to be for a nature reserve, and so that's why his passport was seized. And then he was invited to Paraguay to even come and participate in a project aimed at helping the less privileged children in the society. But unfortunately, he traveled into that country using a fake passport.
Well, it could be the agency that were in charge of the passport and all that, but notwithstanding, I think it should have served as a role model by not building on a land reserve for something different in your own land. If you have your Brazilian passport, you can go anywhere, being that he is Ronaldinho. But even if he wasn't going to travel to Paraguay with Brazilian passport, for instance, and need to use Paraguayan passport, then why not do a legit one, a legal passport that will take you into Paraguay? It's so disappointing and so embarrassing that somebody like Ronaldinho, two-time Ballon d'Or winner, World Cup winner, Champions League winner, and all that, being detained. Though some of the guys in the gym, they really had a quiet time with him, a fantastic time where he played football with them, also did some stuff. But I think this has really rubbished his personality for me. So I think many players should learn from this. Whenever you are leaving your country, don't feel, okay, because I'm this person, even if I have issues, they will allow me to pass. No, not everyone, likes you as a player. Even if you've been entertaining the world, there are some people, they don't just like you. Even if they like you, they want to do their job. And by doing their job, you have to face the penalty. And that is what is facing them. I don't think it will allow this to happen next time, even if they've got an agent that, is responsible for their papers and documents and all that. This time around, they have to follow the agent to see that, yes, their documents are really legal so that they don't have issues like this. It's been a terrible time for the Assis family, and I just hope that they will be able to come out of this and learn their lessons. He's an ambassador. You should act as one.
All right, Ronaldinho now released from prison, but he's still in detention. He will be in under house arrest in a hotel in Asuncion. All right, Lokomotiv Leipzig, they are a fourth-tier German club, and they have sold 100,000 tickets for what they are calling an invisible match. Yes, they normally average crowds of 3,000 on their good day. That's just about 3,000 people come in to watch them. But they have been selling e-tickets, that's selling tickets online, and it's going to be, the tickets are going for 88 pence, and it is for an event that is scheduled to take place on the 8th of May. They are planning to help cope with financial pressures resulting from the suspension of football in the country because of the coronavirus. The first one, they won the first German championship in 1903 as VfB Leipzig, but that's a very long time ago, over 100 years. That was even before the 1930 World Cup, which you sincerely watched live. So, but these days they are in the fourth year of the German league. Their highest gate takings this season was at Bruno Platz Stadium. It was 4,498 people came into their stadium against Energy Cottbus, and their average match day revenue is 30,000 euros, which is about 26,300 pounds. So They are targeting 120,000 ticket sale. Already they have sold 100,000. They say 120,000 was their attendance for their 1987 UEFA Cup Winners' Cup semi-final home leg against Bordeaux. So a spokesperson for the club, he said that this match is planned for the he said that what they are planning for the 8th of March is actually going to remain a secret. But this is the things that he revealed. There's going to be a live stream from the stadium. The floodlights will be switched on, and our internet radio commentators will be working on the game. I can't tell you anymore. The money will be used to keep lock running. We have 300 youth players. We need to pay the staff and look after facilities. So this is what they are planning. They are going to have a match with an invisible opponent, but they are not telling us exactly what they are going to do. I don't know whether their own players will come out and then they will play against an invisible opponent, or their players too will be invisible on that day and they will be playing against an invisible opponent. They got to the 1987 UEFA Cup Winners' Cup competition, but they met Ajax, and then one gentleman scored the only goal, which Ajax won 1-0. That was the great Marco van Basten. So they used to be a great club, but now they are in the 4th tier of the German league. They are 126 years old, and they made regular appearances in European competition in the 1980s through the 1960s through to 1980s. But these days, as I said, they are in the 4th tier. But this is novel. This is creative thinking, playing against an invisible opponent.
Well, I don't know how they're going to do that. Let's just wait and see what will happen on that day, and see how they're going to raise that amount of money. Yes, it's possible to raise that amount of money, but what they are going to do, they said it remains a secret. This is a club I've been following, though they are in the 4th tier of German Bundesliga, but then they are a good side. I have followed them, they are really good, and I can't wait to see them climb the top, maybe to the 2nd Bundesliga, where you have Stuttgart and Hamburger. I'm really surprised that these clubs are now in the 2nd division trying to look for to get promotion to the Bundesliga. Well, they've already read out their plans, and all they need to do is to see how it will pan out on that day. Having commentators who are not humans, inside the stadium. I don't know, but they've got a fantastic plan. So, internet radio commentators, let's see how.
They will be humans, but they will be commentating via internet.
Yeah, and they expect to see fans, in the stadium because of what is going on.
No, they are not. The fans will not be at the stadium. Fans are just helping them to buy the tickets, and they've sold 100,000. They want to sell 120,000.
They really tried, but to see what will happen on that day, that's what I'm going to be expecting. If it will be their team that will play against another opponent or an invisible opponent, however they're going to.
It's clear that they are not going to have two teams playing. They said it's going to be an invisible opponent. So no football is not allowed in Germany. So they are just looking at creative ways of making money and keeping the club afloat. But though they've not told us exactly, you can imagine that it will just be an imaginary football match taking place, or maybe they will have their players. I'm just guessing because I've seen how some of these things. Have you seen where they hosted an online party? People will be in different places, and this one will say something, the other one will pick it up, pass me the wine, and it will seem like it's receiving wine from you. So maybe that's what they will do. They could have their players in their different homes. They will ask them to go to their courtyards and then have the ball. Okay, pass the ball. The referee will sound the whistle, will pass, and somebody in another location in his own house will control the ball and pass, and maybe they will do something like that. And let's see how they are going to do it on that day. They are keeping it a secret.
But this is interesting enough for them to help to pay other stars and all that. So it's really, really interesting.
Exactly, and we hope Nigerian clubs are learning from this. There is so much that you can do if you are creative enough. You will be able to attract your fans. Normally, they attract just 3,000, but now because of what they've done online, they've sold 100,000 tickets
out of 120.
Yes, on a regular day they get 3,000, but because of this creativity, they have sold 100,000. All right, it's time for us to go on another break.
If you ever wait, I mean, oh, a game of one way in a coronavirus, you all last Nigeria now. In a die coronavirus now, take China, okay, or I'll see Mary at a fever, or see where or your tea in a done at pneumonia or TV like me, or I will see who, where there more you know that way. I don't know what I'm going to have before our table now. We got football back again, no idea about football. Who are you bog me way, Uno, water away, or what see, and like motor, only Hana to try Agapa, we got the Pone and Nimudia. That's what I bought every moment they did again now. I don't back book where if I know without gay, I got to cook or when I put up the other one and the key. So, Paka in a lucky way, if you turn at a fuel, take it a never mad day, when I get a boy year, who are the whistling? Out here, no Wayana 080 840 96723 Ra 006 425 8163. We get by your water in the evening, and I very particular when you that way. I don't when you don't get your way. Get me in your market here. I will be. I don't know what to do or Munina. I will adjust.
I'm trying to make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggie Nigeria pots. But I think it's just bottom pot. Nigeria pots, delicious bottom pots. Maggie Nigeria pots, delicious bottom pots.
New Maggie Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggie, cook the difference.
What do you want be when you grow up?
Na teacher, na pilot, astronaut.
Our pickings them get better dreams. But if better nutrients, where we they call iron no day for their food. If we make them brain no sharp well, one bowl of Cerelac Junior go summer their body with half of the iron where them need every day. Make them for they do well for school, plus do well for life.
Na musician, na doctor, na painter.
Cerelac Junior with Iron Plus. Na better bowl of assurance.
At split seconds, there is a lot happening around us, but we can't be everywhere all the time. We've got work, families, and chores to cater to, and most importantly, time to rest. And that's why having reliable partner like KUFM News is important. Sleeping? We don't. We work round the clock, bringing you stories as they break from Nigeria and across the world. We would stop at nothing to keep you informed, because KUFM News is all about you and stories that affect you. Politics, business, human interests, sports, entertainment, just name it. We've got you covered. KUFM News. Timely, precise, spot on.
She got the feeling, and if you feel it, she got the feeling. Fiesta, fiesta, fiesta.
All right, welcome back. Well, yesterday, Javier Tebas, the president of La Liga, he said, look, they could lose $1 billion if they do not complete the season, €1 billion if they do not complete the season. And now the FA says they could lose up to £1 billion if the 2019-2020 season does not end, and that English football faces the danger of losing clubs and leagues amidst the economic challenges beyond the wildest imagination. Premier League Chief Executive Richard Masters warned of this and further losses if the situation deepens and extends beyond this season. Yeah, we know what is going on. We know the serious issues that they are facing. But maybe it is time to, many people might not like this, but you look at how much it costs to buy players, how much it costs to keep a player happy, because you could be paying a player £150,000 or dollars per week, and then another club is willing to pay that player 500, and the player leaves. We know of certain individuals, yes, they are world-class footballers, but the disparity in even the salaries that they pay to some players in the different clubs causes some disaffection. So maybe the players are receiving too much money, and that's why when they have a crisis like this, they cannot sustain it?
Yeah, it's really, a tight situation for me, because if you expect players to, for instance, take away 70% from their salary, that means you're going to take 70%, for instance, even from someone who is collecting £200,000 a week, or person collecting £75,000 a week, or £150,000 a week. So the same 70% will be deducted from their family, from their salary. And now you have institutions whereby the leagues, they do make money, from every season. And now that the season is having the pandemic is still ravaging this season, and if they don't finish this season, they don't expect more money. Even the broadcast rights and other monies that will be coming to football will no longer be coming. That's the reason why they are looking at the amount of money that they are going to be losing. And that's also the reason why they are looking at different ways to ensure that they complete the season. Maybe playing without fans is the plan. It could be plan A. Then playing behind closed doors and playing without fans are the same thing. And also other areas of which they can complete the league, in order for them not to lose as much as that huge amount that they will lose if at the end of the day the league is not completed. So football is huge business, and for you to also make from it, you have to ensure that yes, you complete the league. But this pandemic will not allow any league to be completed until the coast is clear, the environment is conducive enough for players to play and also express themselves and feel at home. Yes, players are coming out to train now, but they are training without getting close to each other, just to send that message that there is hope of fighting the pandemic.
All right, let's go on now. Tottenham Hotspur have reminded their players of their responsibilities during the coronavirus lockdown after posts appeared on the social media which appeared to show some failing to follow social distancing guidelines. The manager, Jose Mourinho, was pictured holding a training session with Tanguy Ndombele on Hadley Cannon, while Davidson Sanchez and Rice Essegnon, they were pictured running together through the same London park. Serge Aurier posted a video of himself on Instagram jogging alongside another person. The Premier League has been suspended 6 months because of the pandemic. A spokesman for Tottenham Hotspur says all of our players have been reminded to respect social distancing when exercising outdoors. We shall continue to enforce this message. And the UK government says members of the public should stay at home to help stop the spread of the coronavirus. So even if players are encouraged to keep fit, we see all the videos online, people posting what they are doing at home and all that, but you must still maintain social distancing. In Nigeria, we've seen pictures of people jogging and they are just crowded together. So you're observing social distances is just horrible. The trial of Funke Akindele, we saw how they all came out clustered.
The press briefing, right?
Yes, everybody was just there, and so she's been punished for violating social distancing order, and then you bring the whole world to come and see her trial. What are you doing? So two wrongs do not make a right. Okay, let's quickly take this one before we look at your text messages. Jimmy Greaves, former England, Spurs, Chelsea and West Ham striker, is in hospital right now. He's 80 years old. He was part of the 1966 England World Cup squad, which famously won the World Cup. That's the only time. He scored 44 goals in 57 games for his country, and he has a club record of 220 goals for Tottenham Hotspur. He suffered a severe stroke in 2015, and right now we hear he is in hospital, but it is not for the coronavirus. He also still believe it's also the stroke that he's suffered now. And Tottenham Hotspur are saying that everybody at the club, they wish him speedy recovery, and they are calling for prayers for him. All right, FIFA, World Football Governing Body, they say the summer window would be moved, and players' contract ending in on the 30th of June will be extended because of this coronavirus situation. We'll talk more about this when we return in the evening. For now, let's look at your text messages. We've not had the time to look at these for some time, and they have just piled up. This one says, "Hi guys, as much as I support equal pay, but that of the US female team is different. 17 players on the team are on contract pay yearly. Whether they play or not, they get paid their monthly salary. Please study their contract carefully." I do not really understand where you are coming from. So because they have a contract, whether they get paid or not, what about the men? Is the contract different? So what we are saying is you shouldn't be paying the men. The disparity shouldn't be that much. And it's not just when you talk sports. Even in entertainment, the female actress, or they call themselves actors these days, female actors, what they get is not like what the male actors get. And you just look at it, almost everything. They do the same job, but the men seem to get paid more. That is the problem. This one says, Ibrahim Co, I get question. I get question for Una. Is there anybody named Shamrock in WWE back in the days? Kelechi Madu from the Poya Kelechi, there was a Ken Shamrock. He came from mixed martial arts. Yeah, so yeah, there was actually a Ken Shamrock. At one time, he was even the WWE Intercontinental Champion. I remember watching his fight. He defeated The Rock to win that title. And then also, he was the referee when Bret the Hitman Hart took on Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was the match that turned Bret the Hitman Hart into a heel and made Stone Cold Steve Austin a face, because Bret Hart had Stone Cold Steve Austin in the sharpshooter. The match was, I think it was a submission match also. So Stone Cold Steve Austin was put in the sharpshooter by Bret Hart, and Stone Cold Steve Austin, instead of giving up, instead of tapping, he refused, and he was even bleeding. He held on, refused to tap out, and eventually Ken Shamrock asked Bret Hart to break the hold, but Bret Hart refused, and so Ken Shamrock had to grab Bret Hart and throw him off. So because of that, the fans started booing Bret Hart, and Stone Cold Steve Austin became a heel from there. Became a face. He came into the match as a heel, but he became a face afterwards. And Ken Shamrock, Stone Cold Steve Austin became a face. So yeah, Ken Shamrock was in the WWE before. Good one for NFF. Raw should accept all the terms in that contract. Kaide from Ohoro. Well, Kaide, if it were you, you will accept. This one says, good morning, sports telesaviors. Personally, I feel the NFF are trying to frustrate the coach out of the job. I quite agree with some clauses inserted in the contract. Okay, some damages is incomplete. Dear Sportica greats, Berlusconi of Sports said it's all, which I support. The Americans are annoyed because they lost the bid to host 2018, actually 2022. It was England that lost 2018. Lobbying is a sine qua non in U.S. politics, and that's what all bidders did, including the U.S. Why the cry by U.S. from Don Morgan? Okay. Hi guys, please, where is the players' 30% pay cut going to? Is it on coronavirus contribution or the club's pocket? Insurance from Sapele? No, they are going to use part of it to pay 20 million to the National Health Service, and then they will give 135 million to the English Football League, and they explain how they are going to share the money. So it's not like they are giving all to fight the coronavirus. It's just 20 million that they'll be giving for the coronavirus. My birthday is loading. Tomorrow is my day. Make una wish me happy birthday. And as for Kai Walker, how in matter they go? A connection Madu from Depot. This one says, good day, Oga Ibrahim. Okay, listen, I think by now you have got your recharge card. Let's see. This one reads, is there, if they are with concrete evidence, they should bring it forth. If the U.S. do not carry out their investigation, who else do we want to do such? They are the ones concerned. Abi, do we expect Nigeria to investigate? Steve from Bypass. I don't know whether all we've explained you didn't listen. FIFA should be the ones to investigate, and FIFA has investigated. FIFA came out with a judgment in 2017. They said both bids were clean. Okay, so if every country, because you feel offended somehow, then you start investigating, then it's just be a madhouse in FIFA. Nigeria too will investigate FIFA for every perceived wrong. The United Kingdom will do that. Russia will do their own. Even Qatar will also, after as the US have come out with a guilty verdict, Qatar will also organize their own investigation and then say the bidding process was clean. So it's going to just create so much problems. Good day, Mr. Ibrahim. I venerate you guys so much. Please, who is the best striker that have ever emerged from Africa? Richie AD from Silokorun. Well, Richie, if you've been listening to us, we said these things are relative. You can, well, if you ask who is the striker that has scored the most goals in Africa, and then it is easier. We can look at the stats and tell you this is the person. But when you say the greatest, what are the parameters that you are using to judge? Is it by the player's influence? Is it by the number of goals he scored at the World Cup? Is it by the number of goals he scored at the Africa Cup of Nations and all of that? You know, so we've got to put things in the right perspective. Good day, KFM. Please, can you people help me in Manchester United transfer? There is news that say Jadon Sancho deal with Man United have been agreed. Please, is it true? This is from Andrew Man United. But yeah, I saw that it's a done deal is going to Manchester United. But I've also seen several other claims that it is a done deal is going to Chelsea, a done deal is going to one other club. So that's why we don't really look at distance. English tax are fair to the players than the Spanish and French. They have a higher rate of taxes. The English government should just let the players be, because they don't want to cut their wages from each job. One more, then we'll look at the final whistle. Let's see. This one says, okay, Ibrahim, I was called by... Okay, Blessing. I was called by one of your staff on Saturday. Promise I'll get it on Monday, but I have not gotten it. Blessing. Oh, Blessing. We'll see what we can do about that. We'll try and investigate this clip. All right, time for us to blow the final whistle.
Manchester United are one of the biggest clubs in the world, and Igalo must do everything to stay at Old Trafford. It will be better to be remembered as an ex-Manchester United player than an ex-Watford player. Joining United is the greatest thing to happen in his life, and it will help his profile even after he's no longer playing. Former Super Eagles head coach Sunday Olise says he expects John Igalo to join Manchester United permanently rather than take up an offer of £400,000 a week from his Chinese club, Shanghai Shenhua. And that's the final whistle on the show this morning.
We'll see you at 4 p.m. on a fresh edition of Sports Festa. I'm Sally Ibrahim. I've been doing this with Augusta Aibeka. KFM News Break is up next. Just stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Trying to get or receive information through all corners of the globe requires unprecedented internet service. At Wireless NG, we provide fast, reliable, and affordable unlimited broadband internet service to homes and businesses. Service is currently available.
Materials which will be arriving in the country through a chartered flight by a local air carrier includes 16 tons of test kits, ventilators, disinfection machines, disposal medical masks, N95 masks, medicines, rubber gloves, protective gowns, goggles, face shields, infrared thermometers, and other critical care items. The statement CCECC explained that it sponsored the Chinese medical team and medical supply to Nigeria with the backing of the federal government of Nigeria, its home government, and its mother company, the China Railway Construction Corporation, CRCC, through its subsidiary CCECC after exhaustive deliberation on how to help the country check the outbreak of the coronavirus. The statement noted that to allay the fears of Nigerians, all members of the working team have tested negative to COVID-19 and shall commence their stay in Nigeria by undertaking a 14-day quarantine. And two pilots, Samuel Ugoji and Samuel Buhari, were on Tuesday remanded in prison by Port Harcourt Magistrate Court for alleged violation of Governor Nyesom Wike's executive order on the closure of River State borders to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Presiding Chief Magistrate D.D. Iwa Madunye, who remanded both pilots to the Port Harcourt Correctional Center till May 19, 2020, for the commencement of trial, also ordered that COVID-19 tests be carried out on the duo to ascertain their status. The arraignment of the accused employees of Carverton Helicopters followed Governor Wike's storming of the firm's operations at the Nigerian Air Force Base Port Harcourt, resulting in their arrest by the State Police Command, who took them too. And the Katsina State government on Tuesday announced the death of one Aminu Yakubu, a Daura-based private medical practitioner who recently returned from Lagos and died 3 days after in the state. The state governor, Aminu Bello Masari, while making the announcement, said the result from the laboratory tests showed that Yakubu was COVID-19 positive, which contributed to his death. Yakubu, who is a native of Kogi State, was also said to be suffering from hepatitis and threats of hypertension. The governor further announced that commencement of contact tracing of all those the dead medical practitioner must have come in contact with from Lagos to Katsina between Tuesday and Wednesday morning. And the Board of Directors of the African Development Bank, AFDB, has approved $2 million in emergency assistance for the World Health Organization to reinforce its capacity to help African countries contain the COVID-19 pandemic and mitigate its impacts. The grant, which is in response to an international appeal by the WHO, would be used by the world body to equip regional member countries to prevent, rapidly detect, investigate, contain and manage detected cases of COVID-19. It is one part of several of the bank's intervention to help member countries address the pandemic, which, while slow to arrive in Africa, is spreading quickly and is straining already fragile health systems. And while authorities are striving to contain the spread of coronavirus disease in Edo State, Yongxin Steel, a Chinese company based in Edo State, continued operation with over 2,000 workers despite partial lockdown. Details in our Extra Voices after this break.
In the ever-revolving world of news, one story becomes extinct the moment another major story breaks.
Market women don't know whether they be anything.
But with KUFM's Extra Voices, the story never dies. It just takes on a new life.
Market meho.
There is no water in the house. The toilet is not good.
We don't have any fashion in APC.
We bring you new angles and fresh perspectives to every story, no matter how old or remote.
There are a lot of educated people that are involved in politics nowadays.
We go a little beyond the surface to get you those extra details ignored in the rush for the news.
Now bridge, now we take the entire.
So don't die for inside.
We go beyond the lines to bring extra voices, not just for those making the stories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But for those affected by the stories.
I've lost one bag of rice. Documents.
So it's a real disaster.
With Extra Voices, we add new flavor to give fresh perspective and taste to an old story. Extra Voices airs every Wednesday and weekends on KUFM's major news bulletins.
And a Chinese company based in Ogwa Ikpobaoka local government area of Edo State has continued operation despite a partial lockdown order by the government to contain the spread of coronavirus disease in Edo State. Workers in the company told Extra Voices that they have been locked inside the gated plant for over a week now as it continues production 24 hours. Extra Voices gathered that many of them, leaving 10 in a room, have been coughing persistently without medical checks. Chinadu Ekeja has been tracking the story for Extra Voices, and here is his full detail.
Occupying a massive expanse of land,
with over 2,000 workforce in a single shift. Yongjin Steel Company is obviously in a world of its own, not affected by the halt that the outbreak of coronavirus disease has put on companies all over the world. While other multinational companies operating in Edo State, including those manufacturing essential beverages, have shut down operations, Yongjin never put up its plant, not even for a minute. Extra Voices visited some of the plants like Coca-Cola along Benin Auchi Road, Guinness plant along Agbo Park, and many others. We observed a near-death silence with just a few active workers on site.
The plant is not working. The plant is not working right yet.
Well, Yongjin Steel has obviously snubbed a lockdown order by the authorities to curtail the spread of coronavirus disease, even as other companies are counting their losses as a result of the halts in operation. Some of the workers spoke to Extra Voices on the condition that their names should not be mentioned. They told us that they had been locked in with a threat to lose their jobs or salaries if they leave. Against the social distancing rule, they were crowded 10 persons in a dormitory room, even while many of them have been coughing, sneezing, and exhibiting other symptoms persistently.
They used to pay us when we work. If they don't want us to go, nonsense. Not enough accommodation. Almost 30 people is living inside one apartment. So some of those workers here are sick. They have serious cough and fever. It's nice. Don't used to allow people to rest. They'll be disturbing people with cough. I'm talking about inside the room that I am. The rest room, to go there will seem more problem.
They can't leave or protest, even when many of them want to. The company pays mid-month, and that will mean losing all you've worked for since 15th of last month.
Some of them, they are afraid of reporting because if they report, they will send them home without payment.
Another worker who also pleaded anonymity countered the claim, though he confirmed the plant has operated multiple shifts since COVID-19 outbreak, where he said workers were given a choice to either leave or stay.
There is constant hand sanitizer at the base of the dormitory. There are lots of people also that decided that they are going to work, apart from people that came from far. But I was listening to your station when someone called and was complaining that they locked inside. It is something of sort.
He said the company also approved 15,000 naira feeding allowance due to the restriction imposed on workers' movement so they don't go out and get infected. A claim another worker confirmed but said it remained a mere pronouncement. Extra Voices took a trip to the plant about 15 kilometers off the city center to authenticate these claims.
Take the next right toward Bypass Road.
Thick cloud of smoke emanating from the large plant, indicating that smelting and other production processes are going on. Though we were not allowed entrance, we observed a crowd of workers in their hundreds milling around various segments of the plant. Soldiers and mobile policemen were on ground at the gate. Outside the plant, there's a bubble of human activities as businesses, including a brothel shop, were active, while hundreds of trucks lined up waiting to be loaded with goods or discharge metal scraps raw materials for the plant.
How many now?
We made frantic efforts to reach the management of Yongjin Steel, but they frustrated every effort to get them to react to these claims. Extra Voices spoke to a lady identified as a senior manager in the company. She first said the company has shut down operation due to coronavirus disease, but when confronted with claims of the workers and our observations, she said she can't talk for now, promising to get back to Extra Voices.
But now the company is not down.
What production is going on?
I don't really know what I'm saying. Okay, I'm gonna see you.
Okay. She never did, and she never picked nor returned any of the telephone calls placed on her line subsequently. When contacted, members of Edo State COVID-19 response team said they were not aware of the situation. One of the members and Commissioner for Health, Dr. Patrick Okondia, said they will mobilize their team to visit the plant immediately. For KUFM's Extra Voices, Chinedu Ekeja.
And coming up in a moment, Canadian rapper Drake reviews collaboration with Rema. All this on our entertainment decks. Listening on to News Break on KU 92.7 FM Benin today. Glad to know you're still there. And in some entertainment stories, Canadian and multiple Grammy Award-winning rapper Drake has revealed that he has recorded a hit song with Maven fast-rising singer Divine Ikubo, also known as Rema. Drake made the revelation on a live Instagram session with his followers when he played Rema's song Do Maybe. Drake did not stop at just playing Rema's music to his fans, but also gave the young Nigerian star a shout-out, telling fans that they have a sick song together. An American singer and songwriter, Robert Sylvester Kelly, widely known as R. Kelly, has been denied a release from jail after requesting to be freed due to coronavirus pandemic. A 53-year-old singer is currently being held at the Chicago Metropolitan Correctional Center, where he is awaiting trial on racketeering, sexual misconduct, and other charges in 3 jurisdictions. The authorities had also complained that the country's new restrictions to reduce the spread of COVID-19 have made it impossible for them to meet with their client Kelly and prepare for trial. According to legal documents, a judge in Chicago denied the motion, saying that the 53-year-old singer remains a flight risk. The judge also explained there are no confirmed cases of the virus at Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago, where the singer is currently in. R. Kelly had also argued that he is part of the COVID-19 at-risk group, but the judge said that Kelly is 53 years old, thus 12 years younger than the older adults defined by the Center for Disease Control to be at high risk to the virus. Kelly also said he had surgery while in jail, making him susceptible to the virus. And that's it from entertainment. A Nigerian coach based in Japan, Obalola Bolaruwa, expressed interest to join the Super Eagles technical crew. Egosa Aigbekan has more on our sport decks.
Tokyo-based Nigerian coach Obalola Bolarinwa has expressed interest in joining the technical crew of the Super Eagles. Bolarinwa, who spent over a decade managing teams in Japan, highlighted his qualities and how he would integrate the country's style of play into the national team. The trainer, who has a UEFA B license, specializes in coaching young talents and stated that he is determined to help discover and develop budding talents. Bolarinwa recently applied to coach one of the youth teams of Nigeria and looks anxiously for an opportunity to serve his fatherland. Former Brazilian Barcelona forward Ronaldo de Assis Moreira, commonly known as Ronaldinho Gaucho, will be released from jail into house arrest in Paraguay after he and his brother paid $1.6 million in bail. The 39-year-old who won the World Cup with Brazil in 2002 was arrested on March 6th with his brother and business manager Roberto Assis. They were accused of possessing fake Paraguayan passports, with a lawyer for the duo claiming their detention was arbitrary, abusive, and illegal. The judge said he would permit them to move into the Palmaroga Hotel in Asunción after depositing $800,000 each into a local bank account on Tuesday while they awaited their trial and will be allowed to receive visitors. The former Grêmio, Flamengo, and Paris Saint-Germain star last played professionally in 2015 and was the best player in the world at his peak in the early part of this century. Ronaldo was named FIFA World Player of the Year in 2004 and 2005 and also won the UEFA Champions League with Barcelona in 2006. And finally, UFC President Dana White says he's close to securing a private island to continue hosting fights during the coronavirus crisis. The 50-year-old revealed that UFC 249 will go ahead on 18th April at an undisclosed location. The organization was forced to postpone 3 events in recent months, but White says the calendar will resume for international fights this month. With countries tightening travel restrictions and borders, White plans to fly in fighters who otherwise would not be able to get into the United States. Lightweight champion Khabib Nurmagomedov was due to take on Tony Ferguson in New York at UFC 249, but with Nurmagomedov in quarantine in Russia, White confirmed that Justin Gaethje will replace him. White said the UFC will be pumping out fights every week, but fighters will be regularly tested for coronavirus and there will be no fans at the events. And that's it for sports. I am Ewosa Agbeka. Back to you, Omoye.
And that's the news. But before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Nigeria records 16 new cases of COVID-19. Customs boss approves release of rice, other items worth 3.2 billion naira. On Extra Voices, Chinese company in Edo State ignores lockdown order to curtail spread of coronavirus. Do you remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility? Be sure to play your part. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors and stay safe. KFM's news break was produced by Good News Own Kanjo. I am Omoyog Baide saying thanks for listening. Good morning.
Go like 3 schools.
And the customer see some of them will not reach, may they go Uri and the Owa. But everybody believes say that over based on saying near the May Akusa market before, now the one for sale. Now so it jump back. They beg them don't talk now because as I reach there, I felt observe. See one of the poor he carry megaphone, they address the people. See what I will do from tomorrow or more than mark on a table tomorrow now. With the restructure everything before now come because market must close 3 o'clock today. They tend to
it makes sense.
We quickly see
if not they close market, there's no people not enter market.
Happen for Idogo, then not forget by 3:30 the vacancy government will follow stock for inside this market. Yeah, we did live for Idogo Secondary School. And we be saying now they use now for market. We know which one woman maybe say she said they sell something. Madam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What you they sell and what you they into and which market you did before and where you did
market before.
Okay.
Then they call the one fleet market. Okay. Where we call Idogbo Primary School. We don't call here now. And we see thank God if we find ourselves for here. It's still good. We like our government to go on. Like provision like they say. We like her like that.
But so far, you don't compare to if you do market as you do here. Hope they sell.
They sell. Market day. Don't make sure for us well.
Okay, thank you very much. And one thing I want to ask, so far the place is very big and it open. So you don't see any person where they sell another thing where government say they not sell.
No.
Okay, everybody now full stop. Okay. Make open and go maintain the place. So not be say later.
Like God go do and we go maintain now as government talk. We not go stress and go another place.
In the evening, we all now can go.
A house.
Nobody can go back to car market. Maybe they go sell evening market.
No.
You sure?
Oh.
Okay. We will still come back later to know that one.
No problem.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. We're there with one big man for here. I would like to know your name and what you they do for here and what they happen here.
My name is Budi Ebogbe from Idogbo community. I'm a chief here.
Okay. So, and we're there inside the Idogbo secondary school. Yes. So based on the coronavirus with this time, government say make markets then come this place. So how many markets there are out now the community leaders so they do want to make sure say fight not come at peace and they go maintain the place so that the thing not go there. But at school with this.
Yes, the community, all of us, we put it together. Oka community and the Idogbo community and the Egba community. That's 3 community comprised of 4 markets.
Which market?
Market, Oka market, Okana Ovia Market, Egba Market, and Idogbo Market. So how we take the do make Katakata not day here. With the measure for every market women 15 feet, so that they go get space. Make this disease when it's there everywhere, so make it not affect the traders and the people who want to buy things from them. So then the dirty when it go to school, we go community go put air together. How we take they remove the dirty because in a school with this.
But they not go pay put.
No, we never talk about money because everything we do here since yesterday, the community is responsible for it. Government never bring one another when we take to do all these things. So the peg when we go buy to peg each and every one of the traders, na communities, na bring the money.
So I see say some women still sit down, some of them never get shade. They just sit down. This now afternoon time don't go. So when what they do to that effect and what make them sit down?
Yes, those women when sit down, so when never get shade, we never collect any money from the market women.
So how far security for this place?
The security, the community, the market for Oka, they get their security where they look their property before. So as they come this school here, they will still follow those market women to come look after their property. Then like Idogbo market, they get who they look market for them. They will still come here, they look after their property. So that's all of them go be before government go come put their own.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate you for your time.
The one way you know so.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Now make we know you and where we dey so.
My name na Imana for Friday. We dey Ugbeku Primary School. And the committee chairman where government put me manage this place. Ugbeku Market, we moved them from Ugbeku Market to Ugbeku Primary School. So that is what we are managing now.
And this one that they see crowd gather, so what to make them gather?
Yes, one good Samaritan is from this world. I think his name is Francis Ege. He just bought many cartons of Fidomi, sharing for people.
But we are not observe the social distance like that now. People still
that is what we are doing now. That is what we are observing. That is why we are driving most of them. You know Nigerians now, any free thing, you know, say they punch belly.
So this market now with the so hope nobody they come say, oh yeah, made the market to because they pay money.
No. When I dey here, the committee.
Yeah, we dey already local government area now. We dey with inside Oba Primary School where Kiosa Market dey for now, and we dey with one of the poor worker wey be say, I like what they do, carry megaphone, they synthesize all the women, they talk to them how it will be passed. Make we hear from you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. From tomorrow, because this place is very crowded. So this place is today crowded. So from tomorrow, now one person by a stand, as may I just call her shade. One person for one shade. Because like this morning, Ajume dey here, they say now they put table here, now they get basket. So what we want to do this evening now, we'll pack the old table and the basket, we'll pack them for one side. We'll repeg that place again. Then tomorrow, anybody where reach here, he go no excuse and he go stay by his stand where we peg. And anybody where not see where he go stay, he go Uwa for first and Uvi for first. So now that one I know reach.
Market they there currently now.
Yes. Market they there, but they say anybody not there for now. All of the park call Owoba Primary School.
Yes, people too many.
Yes, people too many.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We deal with market, one of the market women now, making follow us talk now. Madam, what's in the happen for you?
Madam, they say, oh guys, we said that this morning I crowd people too many. But as one made they do one, as they put the standing, one person there.
Okay, and again now, people just they enter the market gate today. Nobody they wash hand, nobody they use hand sanitizer. Why?
Yeah, they use though. Person like me, I don't come and see the time since I don't wash my hands.
But not their gate, I'm not sending one for
this.
Okay.
Big one. But the thing is not constant. People are badly will come and go out.
Okay. Myself go look now whether I go see the this because when I enter, look around, I don't see I go look around now. Okay. Yeah, as I look the gate, when I felt look, I not see, but as I can't look again, I can't see big drum there we get tap where they wash hand. So now who they monitor that washing of hand? una people dey there dey look at to make sure say somebody no come thief am comot, or if water finish who go put back?
Yes, our people dey. Extra officer dey there. So person just there reach 2 or 3 like that. You go put staff.
They go put water.
Now we see they put water by ourselves.
The water no be ordinary water.
No.
Now I dey see say space dey inside the whole primary school. Everybody just wan sell for the gate for entrance. Why on top of those space wey just big so nobody dey wetin dey happen?
The truth of the matter, that space where you dey see so, people don carry am. They don put their table, but they no shade. That's just the truth.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. All right, you don't hear around, you don't see yes. So we constantly carry waka go the primary school because say few people now really did there. And as I did waka I come see media prefects. Maybe say insect they always they call this program they always they call insect see they carry on waka they say we'll find out what it happen. So from tomorrow now we believe say changes good day. And I want to work back, make people in the evening. All the various local government make sure say in the evening they send their people go the main market before. So that in the evening people not gonna go see the way they be before for like I do our people will come out for evening because they sell for road. Make them stop. And the thing it really work, if you see as third junction, let me be the fear. I know they like pass the bed, so that's make I pass there. The road clear, no much break while you go. Since save you all those stories, there nobody open everywhere. Now say so make government really use this so I think guess they relocate all the market come up for the town, go get go their place, go follow them back. If you come make the city will find everything will come work well.
But how many places you see land
land for the bypass? Land if government land, the government wants something they will get them.
See all the markets me they just come get bypass.
Maybe the guy will do this market. Truth, it will make the town go.
See this one,
it will make the city fine.
This one it will make
like I do our market now. We see people they pass. Sorry, people they pass go north everywhere. All those dates will not see them.
And it's supposed to clear.
Everywhere you're the road clear where go sir.
But then I think now what the government supposed to look into, because all this make I sell for road, make I sell for it don't cost many accidents, don't cost many things, and it's not good. If they fit carry everything like this, not be other they will be so.
No be now. If you now we go know that they will be and finish you. Because truth be told, as I they pass this Adwa market, I see some people lie down for the shade. Whether not the shade people, whether not be there. Though they use ribbon take time, but they all lie down for top. Not say they say they even where they say suya so they just see some people just relax there. Whether they just purposely go relax, whether at their place, so they just they wait so okay, make they observe. I don't know. You understand? So we could wait in the evening whether they go bear and finish or not.
Even the Tazion, if after the end of this COVID-19, say yes we don't wear everything. If they fit stay abide by that Tazion, we'll see in this place. If we still good,
good.
Because nothing like comfort.
But I said it's unclear. And many people can't now. Many people
don't understand.
People don't understand, and they don't stay at home.
Yeah, even though those when they come out now, they don't understand. So okay, I just need to give space. I need to.
Probably that urban the space not really good for the market.
Need to go on.
Hopefully tomorrow make we see how it will be. Now we're going to join we can see Governor of Edo State as the matter be. So make we listen, and when we come back, we'll go come talk, then talk more, then we'll call and so we said we're part of the matter. We need to hear this broadcast. Very, very important.
My good people of Edo State, I am addressing you today to update you on the activities and efforts which the very dedicated Edo State COVID-19 response team have been undertaking to curb this pandemic. As of today, Edo State has 11 confirmed cases and sadly 1 death from COVID-19. Unfortunately, from the evidence we now have, the number of cases are likely to increase significantly in the next few weeks unless we take very drastic actions now to slow down the spread. We have gathered information that large numbers of our citizens who traveled back home in the last several weeks from overseas may not have self-isolated themselves. Although majority of the current cases are individuals with travel history and those of their relatives, in the coming days we are likely to see community transmission of the virus to people who do not have any travel history. As a result of these developments, we have to now adopt more stringent measures while still trying to protect the livelihoods of our people. Edo State government is very reluctant to have a total shutdown of the state because of the hardship it will cause to our people. However, if we are going to stop the spread of the virus, every person must be involved. It must be a shared responsibility. Government alone cannot stop it without the active cooperation of the citizens. As I emphasized in my last statement, the COVID-19 virus does not spread on its own. It is people who spread it when they move around. So if we can reduce the movement of people for a period and keep safe distance from each other, the virus will not spread. Government will now strictly enforce all the guidelines which have been announced to control the spread of COVID-19. For the next 14 days, it is now compulsory that every person in Edo State must wear face masks while in public. The Edo State Association of Tailors and Fashion Designers are mass producing high-quality, reusable face masks at affordable prices. Any gathering of more than 20 people will be immediately dispersed and persons involved will be prosecuted. All markets in Edo State will be shut for fumigation, sanitization, and thorough cleaning over the next 14 days. All those selling essential items like food and medicines will be relocated by their local governments to the nearest open spaces where they can sell their goods while observing social distancing regulations. The government of Edo State will shut down any hotel found to be hosting guests who travel from outside the state and have not informed the COVID-19 response team to screen such guests. Vehicles with passengers not adhering to the social distancing regulations will be impounded and the driver will be prosecuted. All business premises and households must have hand-washing facilities at points of entry, and please insist that everyone must wash their hands before entry. All government hospitals and primary health care centers and designated private clinics will be used as screening centers to screen citizens who believe that they may have been exposed or suspect that they may have symptoms of COVID-19. We have now completed the first set of training of our health workers in Edo State who will man these screening and isolation centers. Government is aware of the economic challenges caused by this prevailing situation. We know that many families who earn income on a daily basis are experiencing untold hardships. Working with the local governments, religious organizations, and traditional rulers, we will be distributing food items to the most affected and the most vulnerable members of our communities. We continue to receive cash, equipment, drugs, and food supplies from well-meaning individuals and government agencies. For this, we say thank you. The Secretary to the Government of Edo State will announce names of members of the committees who will be assisting us to coordinate our relief effort. God bless the good people of Edo State, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
92. KUFM.
Yes, that one from the Wait and See Governor, and he'll talk so many things program. I will say thank you very much, sir.
Governor,
make we start from the last part. I like that last part. Anyway, see, I go share. Anything share, you know, what they like and share. We go share food, share things, give the people where this thing go affect pass. It's not be say to lock the state, Adam. You go your talk and you know say two people will be say with the fear after God. Our government, and the Sunaji before you come see me, maybe number 3. So, it's not hard. So, okay, say I go be, but then, you know, say go affect many people. So, if only we go they observe all these things, we say we always talk for a day in a day out for the station here. People see they talk, other people see they talk, and say yes, we do social distance, maintain good health hygiene, wash your hand, do everything. You go wrong. And we could not lie to people when they come. You see, people say, Yeah, it still happen for UVTH. It lie for it. Lie say.
Many this thing are death sentence. And this time they will talk about.
It doesn't talk about it lie now. It danger other people life now. So make you know so your family person come from abroad for your family during this period. If you not to cry come out, because the thing go say affect you. As long as I don't run things together, go affect you. So make all of us do all these things. So basically, the vacancy governor don't talk and make we see how we go still let you know the names of the committee people as they ought and how the food go take, how the things they won't share go still go past and I will say yes. It go make it really reach the rest. You see yesterday we give out advice. Okay, make from you see Benue State. Akwa Ibom they sue. Tell us come out they sue this. Now we don't talk and say hey. We get hub those state hub government people say thank God now so many they sue maybe people wear even till and still not worship tell us for street say
produce make you say because we many. Many, but at the price we say everybody will fear for. Because people take advantage of this period.
Today, a few people now see we wear this fixed mask, those masks. People, even the market, if you count them for street, you see one or two people.
Now, don't they?
Now, believe say once they don't plenty now. I saw this tailor when they walk. Now, believe say now they will consider enforcement. We could see big drivers. They could now wire. We could of us make this in sweet. Make the coronavirus not increase fast as it did. The number to reach us now 070-6263-9275 or 090-3939-4427. Please reach us for 08121789154. Send message come the text to the line for 080-7400-9076.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Oga Egusa and Oga International Kelly Merit.
JJ from Wasota.
I totalize you 2012.
A few days ago, now we can't talk about you, so we'll go try to reach you. Don't you?
That's because of travel when I travel.
Okay. Where you travel go?
I travel go my village. I go to farm.
Okay, well, I said abroad.
I not go abroad in Nigeria. I go to farm for my village. I don't come back and I bring some stuff come when I dey chop.
Which village you hope you not there?
You not there. Now Delta State. Now you know say Delta State. Now only one they don't get now. So it's not even Delta State like that.
I bet this time around, Delta State they need food, so bring them out. Make you sell, make you make your money. They make it eat. They make it still give to people.
So you don't bring nothing now.
Exactly. So wetin I dey talk na true, and the workers say governor wetin he talk na better word because this state will not get enough money to eat. The only thing when I see the advice people and I dey see the tell people dey say people too dey crowd for some places. No be only market sef. If you reach where some people dey read their newspaper, people go just crowd like 8, 10, 20 that they take body dey touch body. That kind of thing not good because this disease na deadly disease. E good make we keep distance. If we dey keep distance, instead of the number to increase, the number will come go down. So as the governor talk am, make we do it like that. And I still visit some market like Mission Road or near Holy Cross. That place, the way they are region is good well. So I thank the government and the people of Edo State.
Okay, hello?
JJ.
So for Mission Road, those people they sell provision, they there?
No, they're not sell, they're not sell.
Okay.
They're not sell. Now only people where they sell food items they sell.
Hello.
I
greet you free of charge.
Good afternoon.
Okay. I better wait first. I beg you where they call the test to the line. Your number end with 716. I beg no call them. Send message come. Call the other lines. Send message come this line. All right, continue.
Good to know. I won't greet our vacancy governor. Those of meeting we didn't need for this kind of time actually. I pray that we need more better pass for the state. If he personally decide that we look at say
the state, if we shut our down, we get as it could be. I mean, they appeal to everybody where they as in designate places where we go, what they do all these things, so then we draw away. When we draw away, the way we will take up all these things, God will help us at the end of the day, we go come through, we go overcome all these things. I don't want to be waiting we get to talk, because we never try to come and say, I for go see the situation of course, that the way everywhere is there at the moment. My own side, that one. Thank you.
True, when I it's on it can't be like someone can big holiday now we would say Conde though Friday and Monday now public holiday days holiday but it's on to some extent
even good now with the
now those said everywhere he comes, so the good thing we go make that tell Joshua be like this, make they carry all the market with the damn place. Because they make them busy. They say the way they already.
And then they make all these nuisance.
You say, you go clear. Because if you clear, I no match break.
Okay.
Because you know, the traffic light, it pass people where they enter, where they go third side. So now they go straight to Ring Road. I no match on side they drive. Wow.
Clear.
And then go start today, I can see. Can I say, because since I already call my mom to tell her, say, after see what that point, saying that when they do everything. So I can't take her on her way. I say I not go tell her side the come. I go see her. Man, see how fast would she really do this? Not be so. We'll tell people our own parents. We still need to let them know. As I reach there, my mama there house. She there outside. She there inside the protector. She put soap for outside. Say if you come, you must. Say I must wash hand. You get what I tell you. You don't say
you wash leg.
Not be young person. Now maybe last one talk about 80 years plus woman. She said my wash hand before I enter. She get me carry hand sanitizer. Give her she gets one. She get big one. She goes spray for your hand. That's how you tell because we let her make she they take her. He say he saying they watch news. Saying they see everything. So in the side put the pull back. Now he says okay. You go see do. You go see do make
what is it now?
So but nice on young people where go school do everything you can say they not believe, they not do this.
You gonna have maybe excuse you.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm open secret, radio professor and EFA ambassador to the whole world.
You don't include coronavirus. The ambassador not include to coronavirus.
Include everything as far as the world is concerned. So maybe no fear.
It's all right.
All right. So they say waiting for equal for meeting. Within this, instead of putting common man talk, they will come postpone the meeting. So, but next meeting, when they come before they will start the meeting, one big man will come talk. They will go class. Yes. Instead of waiting for myself talk, that they will agree. It don't care when we don't be sharp for this radio stations. So all those big markets, they believe they establish during the time of for area defense and maybe administrative era. They tell how they tell establish those markets. All those areas were villages. Now it don't become city. All those markets maybe relocate so that maybe the city calm down. All the major markets just there around the city center. They say no, say what happened to continue going back the city beyond that. Because okay. But for what I want to talk now, is that this is similar abroad. Go this to go around and start going to side. Carry one big market, go beyond for that side. Go this what they call towards that river side to have the road that wire. Carry one heavy market, all big market, gather all of them for that side. Go put over there. You see where the city will be densely populated. Other local that want to carry this market go there, this is the channel will 6 or 7 years. Others that come to get us they don't know. So but meanwhile, governor will try, but make him try well so that all those marks when they talk now, maybe and they share immunization from house to house. The government, maybe they go to share now. They don't see food share. They don't see money for people account. The people say, oh no, we have 6 months. Now 6 months now, 300 naira, 500 naira. So make government, maybe they see empower people, maybe they share 6 months from house to house. And they take share needs that time of 50 minutes and all those things. If they want to do immunization, they will fish share to house. Then that DVA and matter, maybe they consider that, maybe they pay money for account, so that they will say that. Maybe everybody be government worker. Government budget, they don't pay people salary on the 25th.
How many people they work for the state government? Other people call me so.
Okay, thank you very much. That's why in the talk say they go make sure they give relief material to this thing. It go really affect well. Now,
the governor already has
answered the matter.
Give relief material, so that waiting doctor.
And I like true, even we for here, even prosecutor doctor crying to make all this market move them. Not that they move them. Now the road clear. Everywhere come fine. Yeah. All these people were now because the market they did the city, the center of Benin.
Not to look for strategic places for different local government. If you say you go accommodate all this market, make sure remain like this. If
this was a good afternoon, I go sir. Thank you very much for the good work. The Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, have spoken to all Edo like drivers and others change your ways now because when you are caught, I beg. No deal, no tax for now. So let us respect ourselves. Something in our thank you very much. This one say my name now Mrs. Ruth. Make them share the food which everybody you in the talks and the people will be say really affect. Now they go share it for. Make we go this market or we go pick your call or touch the dial.
Trying to get or receive information through all corners of the globe requires unprecedented internet service. At Wireless NG, we provide fast, reliable, and affordable unlimited broadband internet service to homes and businesses. Service is currently available across Lagos and Benin. Visit us today at Wireless NG, 5 Ramaya, Ikenede Street off PZ Sapler Road, Benin City, or our marketing office, 70 Olo Complex, Airport Road, Benin City, or call 0807-887-9960 or 0703-672-9147. Wireless NG, erasing internet boundaries.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow! What are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance cost.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Motel Road, off Ajib Junction, Sapler Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816-170-1105 or 0703-623-4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
Ibi ewo wa idame yo eye mi ogbon we imi we dana ti coronavirus yo lati Nigeria ne o emi awe dan coronavirus now take care na e okere o wa si mi awe na ti fever o si owe o we yo ma ti emi awe dana ti pneumonia o ti we lagbe o wa we si wu we ge mo aye ru da we are ba wa no gbe na gbo wa o te wo na we ga pobo gba kege no wa ye ba ko pobo uwa yo bogbiwe unu wa tonu we wa ti e la moto ne ori hala tuta ye agapa ye we ga ri epo ne wa ni mudia eso ma bo e mo ma de de na ade ba gbuku e wa we e ma no gbera oge ni aga sikoko mu pa owe na apia bo wa ya ni reki so pa ka e na la ki ra e ofun e bi o tana ti e fu e tekire e la e ne ma de we ga gere de gbu e ye o ade wusi egbe a uti e nu wa ya na ti e 08084096723 ra 006-425-8163. We get pan wari ni ye bi na e pataki ni we ni runda we adeoba we ni don je wa ya ye mwe yen no market ke he ya we adeoba go tedo o mu yen na ya we la je o.
All right, thank you. It is still with us. We need to touch the dial now. 92.7 with the station, the program and radio TV. Wednesday edition, midweek service, we could decide and we don't decide so many matters for ground, even for inside the matter, the vacancy governor for law stock, say, in address the state, and so many good things will be say in follow talk. 0706263975 or 09039394427 or 08121789154. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good
afternoon. Good evening. Good evening. I've been a two things. My name is Pius. I come from Ogidi. I've been a two things. I would like to talk for this issue.
Sure.
One, make that the person thing won't do this face mask for us. And they made a draw make it this cheap. At least so that if it is cheap, we fit buy like 2 or 3. At least when we use one, we fit wash and they use the other one. We're gonna be saying if you took us, we're gonna go and wash and wear. That's not good. So if we fit buy 2, 3, we keep one, we use and keep the other one. Then secondly, maybe they take very strong, maybe they take iron hand over these drivers. If not, the program where the government put in place, it will scatter. If they don't take, in the sense that we are Kewa Road, as I talk to you now 4, they cannot even the carry 3, 4. The next as they don't 4 now, everywhere don't be very do the same. Passengers will watch now 4. Still the same thing. This one here go for Mission Road, the opposite that Bank. People need to be say this is secret for there. They just make the rich picture. I tell you, I think I see this evening now. They tell you to
people they put in charge, make it monitor that those areas now where they can do.
I not see anybody for there. And so make the government make the hold this bus driver, make the for tomorrow. Make people be there. Anybody will carry more than 2 the hold there. Anybody will put there for dinner or they want find a big money so that this thing, so that they don't debutize the government plans. So I think we just think our fit talk.
All right,
so this issue be that.
That's not a problem. The government don't talk and say everybody will violate the rule to go and pound the motor.
By the time they don't bring up all these fake marks, everything, that time the enforcement will come really start. Hello. Somebody they ask where Aduwawa markets where they carry and go.
They Aduwawa Grammar School and
Mrs. Ugiagbe. It's inside
Aduwawa Grammar
School for inside College Road.
Yes.
You go see the
and Aduwawa Primary School too. Where they carry markets go.
Hello, market we did this area. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. The senior special advisor to the governor on illegal marriage and private enjoyment. Mr. Rosa Ibeka.
We salute to you, the Smith.
Aditona, how my day for the Golden Chamber?
We just they can't with the body go now. What to do?
All right, on our 2 months for the work one and they do. God bless on our AUFN. And for the something. May the people more we try to hear waiting government talk as our government don't talk now, all those things. So more we try to be and this thing one I want talking. When they reduce all those boats, how many boats they carry? How many they still need keke they carry?
It's supposed to affect them to become I would see keke and see they carry 5. 2 for
and they get more rich. And they get more rich.
The driver.
You go carry 3 for back, carry 2 for front, plus the driver. 6 people as that person more rich. They say tire me now only bus they make law for. Make them they can't suppose they carry 2 for back, only 2, you know 1 for front at all. I don't understand. They are small rich, 6 people go inside. What come with the thing when the payment can be reduced? I'm with the thing because we are waiting to be carried with that one.
Thank you very much. True. When I say I come to even
any transport at all, any transportation at all, means at all, we say people they gather, never they don't want.
We'll take the last call. Hello. 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 Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Right?
I hear you. I came from Agadagudu.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us sharp. You get 30 seconds.
Okay, brother. I beg. The only thing I want to beg now, if anything, our governor will do to stop all those people who see they lock people for work with no agreement they come out for work. After all this issue where they go on, you know, a lot of big companies still there for this Bini. We never see allow their workers come on for inside, where for the work. It's not the best. Maybe they let them go out so that maybe they go join their family. After everything, they can come back. You know, it's not the best. I beg, maybe they obey the government rules. I beg, because they're too many for Benin. Seriously.
Thank you. Don't make your point. And extra voices, and
very important.
very important. We on our own. I bet you know they call the test to the line. How they call the test to the line. I'm not going to take this message before we come up for the Golden Chamber. So my people in the house, I agree to now, and I also thank our Wake and See Go. Now beg, make them share the food well, not be the one way them go still keep to themselves from Lady P. And once they beg, make not be said the Congo use that my sister and my brother couldn't share the things. The committee they say they won't put in charge. Not be say you can go share and go one side. You can begin give people who don't really need them at the end of the day. not good like that. This one say make people obey within their talk. You not tell us your name. Now you know we go draw the curtain to come our way tomorrow with community matter. We'll be say we'll talk. Make yourself remember say coronavirus no dey show for face and it dey life for our state. But if me and you do wetin we supposed to, the same we dey do, it no go come near us. Always dey wash your hands, sanitize your hand, and then make sure we tell people about that and they avoid the social distance. Stay clean, stay healthy. Market, we believe say they don't close for the past like 3 o'clock since. So we still know whether the market gonna from 10 to 3 for school, so that before they come and make all the market like all over beg, may they go and arrange that place against tomorrow morning as they talk. We say go see reach there to know as they be pass. But thank you, boss, and you wake up, we say, Miss, we appreciate you. When I can merit like this, we don't go. Make enjoy this one, they come from way back 1984 from some Yokosu, which we Nigeria.
With players. Remember that in that FIFA and the World Health Organization jingle that we usually play, Jose Mourinho was one of those. He was the one who said keep distance. He talked about the fifth, is it the fifth now or the fourth step, which is distance. Keep at least a meter. You should be at least a meter away from the person that is closest to you. Yes, he observed that distance when he was with Ndombele, but he broke the rule in the UK. In the UK, they said the only person you should be alone when you are out in public. But if you are going to be seen with anybody, it must be a member of your household. And he and Ndombele do not live in the same house, so they should not have been spotted together. So these are some of the issues that we'll be looking at. And also, the World Athletics Championship it was supposed to have it in 2021. It has been moved to 2022. They have agreed that they would be having the event 3 weeks earlier because they want to avoid a clash with the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. That has also been moved by a year, which means it will be coming up in 2022. Okay, let's just get into it. Let's start from what Tony Cruz has said. He believes that taking a pay cut or waiving salary is like a donation in vain. So he feels that the players should be free to donate to any cause of their choice. The player could just say, okay, the whole workers in these streets whose salaries have been slashed, I will be paying them. Or I choose to feed the entire families on the street or whatever, or I'm donating to this charity and this is the amount I'm paying to them, instead of saying players should take pay cut. So he believes that players should still get their full salaries and then they should be allowed to do whatever they like with their money.
Well, I think that's it's talking from his own angle, and if you look at it, some people might also come and argue with you that okay, if a player wants to do that from his own mind and tell you, okay, this is the amount of people I want to take care of. I want to take care of about 40,000 people for 1 week, feed them another for my own pause with my salary in full. Well, I don't know how that should go around, but it's a very, very wonderful idea. But I think it's also good that what some are going to give out might not even be enough. That's why they're trying to do it collectively, get from the players some certain amount of money, and even for club like for the English clubs, they are demanding 30%. I was like, well, maybe the players on their own could have been able to demand.
Take Robert Lewandowski, for instance, who gave 1 million euros on his own. Nobody asked him. It is not part of what he will be giving up as salary and all that. So he feels that if you allow the players, maybe more of them will do better stuff like that.
Even than what we are asking them.
Yeah, you see, and even in England, I think one thing that the players are bothered about, although I will still insist on what I said, maybe they should have come up with their own plan so that people will know they're actually thinking of doing something. But their biggest worry is the money. The money. How is the money going to be disposed? Who gets it? And they feel that them agreeing to 30% pay cuts, the way the money is going to be disbursed might not really favor them. That the NHS will not even have got the kind of amount that they would have been getting if maybe the players had decided on their own. Because really what they want to do is to ensure that the NHS, which is in the forefront of fighting this, they are well taken care of.
I think that's good for the NHS. They have to be taken care of because they are at the forefront. They are very close to the patients and all that. But on the other hand, I think the players also should be carried along. They should have a representative who will come back and tell them how this money is being spent, who gets what. So for me, I think it's good because if you cannot have that kind of amount of money so huge, at the end of the day, you don't know how it's spent and where it's going to. Yes, you want to help the society, you want to help pay some other post staffs. How many people are they going to be giving so amount of money? Like England, for instance, I think the list for now are not playing staff £2,500 and all that. So for me, like Juventus, they said they're going to give out £90 million for instance. That £90 million, where is he going to? And if other club also comes out to say, okay, we are giving out 50, where is he going to? So everyone should have a representative talking about the clubs because they want to know how their monies are going to be spent. So they should have somebody that will give them feedback.
Okay, so what Tony Cruz said is almost similar to it is similar to what Wayne Rooney said. Wayne Rooney recently called the demands for every player in England to take a 30% pay cut as a disgrace, and he went on to say if the government approach him to help support nurses financially or buy ventilators, he will be proud to do so long as he knows where the money was going. That is what he wrote on the Sunday Times. Then he went on to say that he's in a position where he could give up something. Not every footballer is not in the same position. Yes, and we've got to understand this, as we have also pointed out. Some players earn maybe £20,000, maybe £10,000. Yeah, there are some that earn 300,000. So Wayne Rooney, of course, is in the bracket of some of the highest earners all through his career. So he can afford to give out something substantial, but he did not expect a player who's just starting his career and you've already taken the decision. You say 30% across board. I mean, that's what they are. I think
that's something they should look at because
and if this 30% is putting the footballers under the spotlight. And then Tony Cruz was also asked about the effect of the extended break in Spain and Germany, and he admitted that look, if football does not return, that if the break is extended, then some of the smaller clubs, they might not survive. They might be forced to go under. That is just the truth, because some of them do not, many clubs do not earn as much as the big size, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea, Tottenham Hotspur, and these other big clubs.
I think that's why some other clubs are trying to raise money to help the lower divisions, because they know that they might just go into administration. Nothing is going on at the moment, and they have a whole lot of staff, to play rather, and that's why they want others to also come to support them, to assist them, so that they can go around. But then I think it's going to be difficult. We just hope football returns sometime. If not, like you said, football, some clubs might just go under, and they'll now start looking for sponsors, somebody that will come around and take over once again and all that. So it's not going to be easy, but we hope that everything, being that as it's made, good about everything will subside and everything will return to normal.
All right. Jose Mourinho has accepted that his actions were not in line with the government protocol after he was pictured flouting coronavirus social distancing guideline. He was pictured leading a training session with their Tottenham Hotspur's record signing Tanguy Ngumbele on Hartford Common. Then Davidson Sanchez and Ryan Sessegnon were also filmed running together through the same London park. Said Ore posted a picture of himself on Instagram jogging alongside another person. Now, Spurs, they have already spoken to the players and they've written to remind them to respect the government's coronavirus guidelines. And while the Metropolitan Police, they've also said that they were aware of the social media footage, but no complaints had been received in relation to the incident. Mourinho, let me quote him now, I accept that my actions were not in line with government protocol and we must only have contact with members of our own household. But they said clearly that Mourinho observed the social distancing guideline. He actually was 2 meters away from Ndombele, but of course, because Ndombele is not a member of his household, he's violating the rule, because you can only be with a member of your household.
Well, now that he has accepted, he has apologized and he has accepted, I think we should allow him to be. But then I think he made a mistake because he knew beforehand that, yes, you don't need to be with somebody who's not a member of your household.
Yeah, it was part of
even the what head organization,
FIFA and WHO. Although he would, to his credit, he observed that one, which is keep a certain distance. Yes, he maintained that distance, but he was not supposed to be out with somebody that's not from his household in the first place.
Maintaining these guidelines is difficult than the Ten Commandments, but notwithstanding, I think this is something we can always, adjust to. Can always do the right thing. But just like what Bayern did, Bayern came out, they trained, but they gave each other that distance, and they had to do some drinks and all that would not ensure that they all come together. So other clubs are also doing the same, and they too should have been able to do that. Although I don't know if they have not given that permission to be together, but Bayern did that. But the fact that it was similar to Ndombele and he's not a member of his household, well, I think it's a rule that he has broken. I think it's good that he has apologized.
Okay, the organizers of the 2022 World Athletics Championship in the United States is going to be in Eugene, Oregon. They have agreed to stage the event 3 weeks earlier than planned to avoid a clash with the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. The championship in Eugene, Oregon had already been pushed back a year. We were supposed to have it in 2021, but because of the Olympic Games that we were supposed to have this year, they moved it to 2021. So this event that was supposed to be in 2021 had to be moved to 2022. But because it's going to kind of clash with the Birmingham Commonwealth Games, which is coming up in 2022, they have decided to stage it 3 weeks earlier than scheduled. So the dates for the Olympics, for the World Athletics Championship, will now be from the 15th to the 24th of July 2022. This was the compromise that was reached after a week of negotiations. Then the date for the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games will remain the same for now. It's going to be from the 27th of July to the 7th of August. So it will be 3 weeks, 3 days after the end of the World Athletics Championship that we're going to have the Commonwealth Games starting. But maybe they might still move it because you do not want it to be like some athletes who will be at the World Athletics Championship will also be representing their countries at the Commonwealth Games. Yeah, so maybe they will still have to move the Commonwealth Games by a week or two so that the athletes can fly to the different countries.
Yeah, I think it's better for them. The after one tournament, you have to rest and also recharge your batteries and take your flight and all that, get ready for the next tournament. It's really, really good. But if not for the unforeseen circumstances that we all are facing at the moment, I think by now everything should have been falling into places because of the calendar they've already arranged since the beginning of the year. But not thanks to COVID-19. But I hope that with the agreement they have, that will make things easy for them. And then I think they should look at the athletes, look at their welfare and all that. They need to rest after one tournament before going to another tournament so that they don't have that burnout, when they start, this second tournament.
Yeah, then there is another problem. The Women's Euros 2022
Yeah.
It's supposed to end around July 2022. So it could also be clashing with the Commonwealth Games. So you see, it's not just even next year.
Yeah.
All the events that we are unable to hold this year, that they are moving to next year, they are clashing with other events that already been scheduled for next year. So these ones are being pushed to 2022. And even in 2022, there are others, other events that they are clashing with. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But it seems that the Euros, that's the women's Euros, which is supposed to be concluded at the end of July 2022, could be moved. They could delay it so that we do not have a further clash in this. Okay, let's go on a break now. When we return, we will be looking at boxing. Tyson Fury is mocking all of his rivals, including, of course, Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, Dillian White, and Andy Ruiz. He says, look, I'm the main guy. You guys are just small fry. Let's go on this break, and then we'll hear from Tyson Fury.
After my tackle, I know I get them up, but we're going to do the coronavirus. I go my woman of boy, yellow, a back here, or roll coffee, or roll ya tisha. Ya is a Gunyama, Anima yak pega boa, Marota pega boa, Ota pega boa, Makamuza, ano yoza tisha, Adano yoza kofo. Like at the Gore, Agandi, Uzambeka Yeza, Bugbe, and Utinokiawali, any remark of Pedo, Ekileke Gore, Anima, Anna, no, the Mawe, Animaka, the Toralio, Agonegana, Arabwe, Arabuaki, Ayaneki Ma, Neki Kumi, Lagandeki Petro, Agekira Mokbakanya, Uambia, woman of the Red, who Kofobe Baketwe, any Yana than the day. Andi waka dope uwa aya negro nuso na regi aya negro nuso na regi wa la ka ni remakia le yo tedo
Magina just sweet I'm trying to make it sense when you want to cook for family and friends no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Magina just for that delicious bottom pot Naija pot delicious bottom pot Maggi Naija pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggi Naija pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
What do you want be when you grow up?
Na teacher, na pilot, astronaut.
Our pickings them get better dreams, but if better nutrients, where will they call iron no day for their food? If it make them brain no sharp well, one bowl of Cerelac Junior go summer their body with half of the iron where them need every day. Make them for they do well for school, plus do well for life.
Na musician, na doctor, na painter.
Cerelac Junior with Iron Plus, na better bowl of assurance.
Okay, welcome back to Sports Fiesta, live on 92.7 KUFM Benin City, with me, Sally Ibrahim, the Sports Ibrakadabra, and Egosa Egbekan, the Sports Maestro. Okay, yes, we are live now with the former chairman of the NFF Technical Committee, Barrister Chris Green, and he's also the chairman of the River State Football Association. Barrister, good evening. Welcome to Sports Fiesta.
Good evening, Sally, and how are you doing?
Yeah, we are very. Yes, we are observing social distancing, and so we can have this interview because you are all the way in Port Harcourt and we are in Benin, so it's okay. We can still do this. Okay, all right, sir. You said recently that the Nigeria Football Federation should not be extending the contract of Janet Raw, the current coach of the Super Eagles, because he is an average coach.
Yes, I did say that. I said his contract should not be extended. More especially, I don't know why this is coming up now. If it were a situation whether to sack him or not to sack him is a different thing. He's in the wee hours of his contract, and in the evening of his contract, why don't you let him see his contract off and we look for a better coach? Right now, as I speak to you, we have ample opportunity, enough time. I don't think Nigeria is going to play any match between now till the very late periods of the year, which is enough time for us to look for a better coach. I will tell you that I will say that any day, anytime, anywhere, that General Raw is an average coach because he is not performed to that level where you can see him as a very superior and excellent coach.
But sir, average coach, he qualified Nigeria with a game to spare. We've not had that many times in Nigerian football. He qualified Nigeria for the World Cup with a game to spare.
But that's not the first time. That's not the first time. We did it. In 2013, we did it. I was the chairman of the technical committee. And even when he qualified Nigeria, I was also the chairman of the technical committee. Right now, you should know that. You know, I was the one in charge of the technical committee with my men there. You understand me? We were all here together. So I was there when he qualified, and I was also there when Keshi qualified. But again, in the case of Keshi, putting the two of them together, Keshi not only qualified, with even a game to spare, Keshi went to South Africa and won the cup. Keshi won nearly everything that came his way. At the World Cup, Keshi got to the second round. And Keshi, as it were, was not an expatriate, so to speak. Now, we have brought in an expatriate, you understand me, because we cannot find that kind of quality in Nigeria. And we brought him. We did not bring him to replicate what even Keshi had done. We brought him to, in fact, do much more than Keshi by getting to at least the semi-finals at the World Cup and winning the African Cup of Nations, making it our property. But what did we get? Yes, he qualified, no doubt. He qualified Nigeria. We were hungry. We wanted to qualify at all costs. And we had good players. We qualified to the World Cup. When we got to the World Cup, what happened? We did not perform better than even the domestic coach that had taken Nigeria to the World Cup. What's his name? Amadou Shaibu. We didn't go beyond the first round. And you call that person an expatriate. You call that person an expert. You call it better than these other persons in Nigeria. If we wanted that kind of result, we can also get it in Nigeria. But again, who knows? There are people here in Nigeria that could have given us second round or a quarterfinal match.
Okay, but how about...
We came back to play the Nations Cup for
Yeah.
The Nations Cup was nothing to write home about. Madagascar beat us and reached our getting to the semi-final.
Semi-final, yeah.
We were stumbling and we were starting until we got there. We never had any convincing game. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
So how can you call him an excellent coach? You can't call him an excellent
But how about the development of Nigerian players? Suddenly we are beginning to have a squad.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Now, this is a coach we have brought to improve our game, to develop our team. You are coming into the country like the players you are bringing in. You spend 5 days and you leave again. You have not traveled the length and breadth of Nigeria to see our players play, both in the lower leagues and even in the Premier League. What are you talking? And you are getting all that kind of money. It doesn't happen anywhere. Raw will not spend more than 2 years in South Africa, in Ghana, in Cameroon. You know that these are very serious nations. They know what they want. Clive has just been sacked from Cameroon because they didn't meet their target. Do you understand me? They didn't meet their target. These are very serious. We've had a lot of coaches, even in Ghana. This Israeli that came, that was coach of Chelsea, was in Ghana.
Avram Grant.
Yeah. What happened? He was shown the way out because these are they don't take nonsense. Football is your results. Coaching is your results. Tell me the truth. Raw, if he's that kind of coach, comes to Benin City, where insurance is playing against another team, and he's sitting in his stands, and the players know that he's sitting in his stands, they will give him their best because they know that somebody is there to give them a color. In such a way, you are not only motivating our players, you are even making them play better.
Okay, but the NFF, they have inserted some of those terms in the new contract that they want him to sign, that he must watch the Nigerian league.
Sally, don't waste your time. Raw will be his contract will be extended. Go and manage it.
Oh,
It's a bone in our throat. If you know, you know. Raw's contract will be extended with even a better term, something better than he used to have before. I'm telling you the truth. I am challenging anybody. Let them come and tell me that they will not be able to, they will not extend this contract. Now I apologize. Those contract will be extended. The next thing they will tell you, yes, he has agreed to come to Nigeria. He has agreed to live in Nigeria. He has agreed to collect naira. All that is all paparazzi. Is for the press. It's for people. When he comes, he will come. Stay 1 week. After 1 week, he says he's going away to be in a hotel. He's going away to monitor our players abroad. So we have a foreign coach, foreign players, everything foreign, everything temporary.
But the fact that this is what I've always argued, that we have players playing abroad, it doesn't make them less Nigerian. So if they are better than what we have in our domestic leagues, shouldn't they have the right to come and play for Nigeria?
No, just get me right. You see, when I took over the helms of affairs, I broke that word dichotomy. That dichotomy between foreign base and home base. The Super Eagles is the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
Whether you are abroad, in fact, during this time, if you remember, my technical committee, the technical committee which I headed at that time, we gave our template, we gave our policy. We must camp in Nigeria. We kept these people in camp 1 year. And the nucleus of our team was the players in Nigeria. And so those people playing outside, we are now doing everything humanly possible to break into the team. That was the secret of our success.
Yeah.
So if you are coming in, you are the one inviting the players. As you are inviting the players, you are inviting yourself to come into the country. The players themselves. What are we talking?
Oh, okay, Barrister Green, I know that you bleed green like I do. I know that you are a very patriotic Nigerian. In fact, many people do not know this, but you were the one that gave Stephen Keshi his appointment as the Super Eagles coach, and then he went on to win the Africa Cup of Nations, and then got to this second round of the World Cup in 2014. But are you sure you are not just saying this because you want a Nigerian to come back as the coach of the Super Eagles?
No. What I'm saying, you see, I said Rob is an average coach. We have expatriates there that are excellent in their jobs, professionally, even their working ethics. This is a coach that insults even his employers. Do you understand me? Even his conduct as a coach towards his employers is not encouraging. Everything you see papers is talking about his employers. What are you talking about that? There are coaches outside that will come and you know that you have gotten a coach, he will transform your team, he will give you consistency, he will give you stability, and you will get the result. There are coaches outside. I'm telling you the truth. So if you want the likes of Raw, you have it in Nigeria. And some are even better than Raw. Yes, give them the opportunity. Somebody was telling me, hey, they tried to do that. Well, nobody knows what really happens. I was there. But again, there are other people. You have to need the judge. You have how many? You can't tell me, I'm in charge of, listen, I'm the man in charge of Real Madrid Academy in Port Harcourt. And I know what the Spanish people say about Finidi George. Is it not Finidi George that brought up Asensio that is in Real Madrid? We have people with good character, very, very good character. You understand me? Disciplined. You understand me? Non-compromising, respectful, and with the knowledge and experience, and they'll give you what you want. Is Amunike not an expatriate from Nigeria to?
Yeah. The way he is now, yes, you could call him
what
that.
Happened? He did better than the people in Tanzania now. Is it also? He qualified the
for the Africa Cup of Nations, yes.
For goodness sake, this is what I'm saying. So get the same Amunike or get the Finidi George. Yobo will then. People are there. Do you understand me? People are there. They will learn. Let us see. Let us forget this. Raw has done his 4 years. Let him go now. Is it not enough? He did 2 years, and then I extended it with a better offer, with better terms. So you want to do another one again with more better? No, come on, for Christ, now. Somebody that gave us the first bat group stage. We had an opportunity of beating a poor Argentina, a sore Argentina, and we could not beat them. Do you understand me? Who knows? Maybe we would have got into semi-final. And I'm telling you the truth. If we had a coach that had good game management, time management, we would have beaten Argentina.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not pussyfooting. Listen, let us learn to live with it now. NFF does not have the lever not to extend Raw's contract. Raw is going to remain with us. Go and mark it.
All right. We've marked it.
They are my colleagues.
Yes.
They are my friends. What I'm doing it sincerely from my heart because I love Nigeria. I'm trying to help my friends. I'm trying to help my colleagues. I'm saying this with all love, without sentiments, for my country, Nigeria, for my friends. You can't insult the president of Nigeria, of the Nigerian Football Federation, and tell me that you're an expert. Who the hell are you? A man I respect. I respect Kini Kabaju. So why would you insult him? Because you're a coach. What have you given to us? Did you give him the World Cup? Didn't give him the World Cup. Didn't give him the Nations Cup. Didn't give him the Nations Cup. Who are you to insult him? Who gave you that power to insult him? Every day is in the papers. You know, you have not paid me salary. You have not done this in my contract. This one, that one. What rubbish is that? Can you do it in France or do it in Germany?
Master Grisglin, always fun talking to you. Thank you very much for speaking with us on Sports
Thanks to, I want to thank you too, but again, let the truth be told. We have ample opportunity. We have enough time. We have enough time to get it right. There's too much time to get it right. In fact, the time we've never had this kind of time. The law now to do this thing is so much that if we don't get it right now, sorry, we'll never get it right.
Okay.
Again. Thank you. God bless you.
God bless you too, sir. All right, we're speaking with Barrister Chris Green, the chairman of the River State Football Association, and I'm also the former chairman of the NFF Technical Committee. It's not a huge fan of Janet Rowe, and he says as far as he's concerned, Nigeria should not extend his contract, but he believes that the NFF, they are going to extend the contract of Janet Rowe. So whatever you think about the coach, well, Chris Green is somebody who should know. He's somebody who knows almost everything about Nigerian football, and he has spoken. That is his take on the whole Janet Rowe saga. He feels he's an average coach, no need to extend the contract, but then he says he knows that they are going to extend the contract. All right, let's go to boxing now. Tyson Fury, I just love this guy. He knows how to have fun. Because of the coronavirus pandemic, boxers, matches are not going on and what have you. But Tyson Fury has started what we know is going to become an online war with the rest of his heavyweight opponents. He took to Instagram today to taunt his 4 main heavyweight rivals: Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, Dillian White, and Andy Ruiz. The Gypsy King, well, right now, of all of these guys, the top 5 guys in world boxing, he is the only one with an unbeaten record, and he decided to boast about this fact. He posted an image of himself at the center with the other 4 heavyweights on his outskirts. Then he captioned it, "The below 4 all have the same thing in common, all lost." Wow, that was a ban. And then, of course, you know that Deontay Wilder has a career record of 44 fights. He drew 1, that was against Tyson Fury, and then he lost the rematch. His only defeat came at the hands of Tyson Fury on the 22nd of February after their draw in 2018. Then Anthony Joshua, he was beaten by Andy Ruiz in June 2019. So he has 23 fights and 1 loss. Okay, he has 23 wins and 1 loss in 24 fights. For Andy Ruiz, who beat Anthony Joshua, well, he's had 2 losses. He's won 32, but of course he's lost 2. One of them was to Joseph Parker in 2016. Joseph Parker himself was beaten by Anthony Joshua, and then Anthony Joshua had his revenge against Andy Ruiz when he beat him to become a 2-time world heavyweight champion. Dillian White has won 27 times, but he's lost once. And guess who that one loss was to? It was to Anthony Joshua in 2015. He was knocked out by Anthony Joshua. So Tyson Fury, who has had 32 fights, 30 wins, 31 fights, 30 wins, no loss, and 1 draw. And the only draw was to Deontay Wilder. Okay, so he's mocking his opponents that he's the only guy who is unbeaten.
I think he's trying to bring out the fire in them.
Boxing.
Yeah, he's trying to bring out the fire in them, and though they've all lost to each other one way or the other, I think it's good for him, who's unbeaten, to sometimes have a feel of enjoy his unbeaten run, and also give them a thrill and all that. But I think this will all spur them on to continue. Like Anthony Joshua, since he lost to Andy Ruiz, he came back. Yes, technically and tactically regained his best, and right now I expect that fire in him, because according to Eddie Han, he said he was too soft. So that's burning desire, that aggressiveness. I think that's what Joshua is going to bring out to his opponents next time. For Dillian White, also strong. I think this time somebody loses, I think it gets to learn from it, and that will also spur you on to to not to be able to not to make same mistakes, but to be able to focus and get win after win whenever you get to face your opponent. So he's the unbeaten man at the moment. So let him enjoy and bask in the euphoria.
Okay, we'll be trying the phone lines open shortly, but before we do that, let's quickly tell you this one. Gareth Thomas, who is the former Wales captain in rugby, he says that he lost a member of his family to the coronavirus. Fortunately, he said he was going to be honest about it, and he wants people to see the reality of the virus. He's 45, and he says, look, he's petrified for his daughter, who works for the National Health Service, the NHS, because they are the first responders. They are the people at the forefront, and which makes it really, really disappointing and scary that even here in Nigeria, you have people who are deliberately, because they are not giving the right information, endangering the lives of our health workers. It's just that we heard what happened at UBTH, and also same thing happened in Kwara State. If you've been following the news, you see that the town of Ofa has been shut down, and you had somebody who's a professor. You're supposed to know. You took your cousin to the hospital and you told them that he had food poisoning, knowing that this person yes, he came from abroad. You had him come all the way from Lagos to Kwara State, and then took him to the hospital, lied that the young man had food poisoning, and they were treating him not knowing that it was the coronavirus, and even after he died, took him to Ofa to be buried. It's just, you wonder why people will do this kind of thing. Be open about it. As we say several times, the coronavirus is not a death sentence, but you have got to be responsible. I hope you guys had the governor's broadcast today. We'll repeat it at immediately after the news at 5, and also immediately after the news at 8. We want people to really hear these things and listen to the instruction and follow them. The governor has said, look, with what is going on, because people have not been very responsible, we will be seeing a spike in the next couple of days and weeks. And this is just the sad reality, because people did not do the right thing. People returned from abroad and refused to self-isolate. And you are going about spreading this thing, So it's just natural that you are going to see an increase. So we hope that now the government will be more stringent with the implementation of this policy, so that we will be able to curtail the spread of the virus. Once you stop the spread, then you can aggressively tackle it. The World Health Organization and FIFA, they talked about the defense strategies and the attack strategies. Defending is, social distancing, keeping away, and all that. Then you start attacking it by testing, by isolating, and by treating. So let's hope that the new steps taken by the government of Edo State will help us curtail this, and also other states will do the same thing so that we can prevent the spread of the coronavirus. Guys, it is real. People are dying from this. Let's do our best to stop it spreading. All right. Time for you to be part of the show. Call us on 070-6263-9275 or 090-3939-4427. You can also reach us on 081-2178-9154. Hello?
Hello, good evening, guys.
Good evening, welcome.
Guys, good evening.
Good evening.
This is Fire calling from Abuja.
Okay.
Guys, I think...
Pius, you were the one that gave us recharge card?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think we've got one left. Yeah, we have one that will be given out today. Thank you for those recharge cards.
Thank you very much. And I think the government should put a nation in place that anybody that lies about these things should be punished.
They should be prosecuted. Yes, exactly. They should be prosecuted.
Because when you lie, imagine when you lie and you lie to the doctor didn't know. You know, the guy that also affected him and he was infected. He will be the one spread it more than people outside because he gives to the nurse, he gives to the...
Hello?
That's the life of the... Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes, you are endangering the life of the doctor, the nurse, and even the other patients in the hospital. So anybody that they caught lying should be at least sentenced, or that something should be done. That is my own contribution. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. One of Patala is just telling me that the man's wife has died too. You know, so that's talking about the case in Offa. Well, I don't wonder why people will not take responsibility. Hello?
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Joshua calling from Jerry.
Sorry?
Joshua calling from Jerry.
Okay, go on.
Oga Brian and Mr. Also Additional for the job well done. Hello?
Yeah, Joshua, go on.
I want to try it again. I've been calling since maybe my time to me. Yeah.
Okay, all right. What question do we want ask you? Okay, who is the chairman of the River State Football Association? You know why you didn't laugh? I don't say you didn't laugh. You're supposed to give yourself a better slap.
No, I'm coming, sir. Alright, thank you. Hello?
Yes. What's the name now? That's why I'm saying you should be giving yourself 3 hot slaps if you don't get the answer.
I'm just looking at you now.
Look, I laugh you the way Gillian White laughed Deontay Wilder.
Okay, but if you ask me for like my question now, for this answer down.
I ask you a question now, you feel I'm having up a small question. I ask you. Thank you for calling. Okay, we'll go on this break. We'll be right back.
You dey find event center wey not get rival, or you dey find better person be say you go do your party. Welcome to Thames Event Center. We get better banquet hall wey go contain over 300 people. Even we get better hall wey be say go carry up to 700 people. Thames Event Center we get ogbonge conference hall wey go contain up to 300 people. Enough parking space dey yakata. Security dey wella. Life can even dey wey be say yes go give you better event. They still dey into event management. Make carry your eye come see American Wonder for inside Benin City. Thames Event Center Tandagripa for 171 Saple Road between Savannah Market and Mile Street Court for Benin City. For booking and reservation, you call us 080-5326-8889 or 070-3066-8234. Thames Event Center. The event center where they make your event go seriously where
Nigeria. I'm trying to make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, Maggi Niger Pot. Delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggi Niger Pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Wetin you wan be when you grow up?
Na teacher, na pilot, astronaut.
Our pikins dem get better dreams, but if better nutrients wey we dey call iron no dey for their food, e fit make dem brain no sharp well well o. One bowl of Cerelac Junior go sama their body with half of the iron wey dem need every day, make dem for dey do well for school, plus do well for life.
Na musician, na doctor, na painter.
Cerelac Junior with Iron Plus, na better bowl of assurance.
My people, make una listen o. No be news again say coronavirus don enter Nigeria. Coronavirus na that bad disease from China wey dey cause fever, dry cough, sneeze, pneumonia fit enter and e dey kill. But no cause for alarm because our government dey on top of the matter. Just shine your eyes. Wash your hands with soap and tap wey dey run. Cover your nose and mouth if you wan cough or sneeze. No enter bus wey pass 3 people per seat. Keep good distance from people. No near person too much. No shake anybody. No hug. Government don't even ban any gathering of more than 20 people. All shops for market closed except people where they sell food, medicine, provision, fuel and other essential things. If you see as your body be, quick go hospital or call 0808 4096 723 or 0806 425 8163. My people, make una no panic. No carry rumor. The state government bring on this message.
All right, welcome back. Let's head straight back to the phone lines. Hello? Hello? Hello, we picked your call. Okay, nobody home. Hello?
Yes, welcome. Good evening.
Madrid, don't come. Welcome.
Good
evening, Madrid.
Agree with somebody I have too much respect for. And I believe it's a vocal voice as it concerns Nigerian sports. When somebody like that talks, I think we should take him seriously. He made some very important points. I am not an apostle of those who didn't want Donatro to remain. However, making reference to that Argentina match, I can remember that after the match Nigeria played with this Argentina managed to qualify. France took them to the cleaners. That was an example of a team that was ready. If not for anything, Nigeria would have been able to at least get a draw in that game. That Argentina team was not, they didn't come to the World Cup. So, Donatro just lost. I know, in an expatriate, one of the best coaches we have always talked about in this country, at least develop our football to very large extent. Spent 5 years before winning the Nations Cup. I'm talking about the Western Half now. He came in 1989 and he won the Nations Cup in 1994. Before there was one of the, I think in 1990 came second. In Senegal 93 came third. So it's a good build-up for Jennifer. But I think some of these points which this sport technocrat is making is something we should take seriously.
Okay.
I have always have the mind of for us to look at the side of something like Emmanuel Amuniki. We should be developing our own.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madrid Donko. One more call and then we'll look at the text message. Hello?
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Everything, sir.
Yeah, fine.
I wanted to play.
What's your name?
Okay, this is Ken from Road.
Okay, who is Nigeria's highest goal scorer in the history of the World Cup? You've got to turn down your radio, please.
Okay, it's all right.
How many goals does he have?
4 goals.
Okay, give us your number.
Okay, 7068.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on 1 minute. Okay.
Go on. 080, yeah.
68.
0068.
74.
74.
53.
53.
64.
64.
Yes.
What network is this?
MTN
Okay, all right. We'll send it to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, guys, that's the much we will take for the calls. Let's take your text messages now. This one says, good day, Oga Ibrahim. Oh, okay. This lady, Ronaldo, Messi, Neymar, and others have contributed a lot to their societies by donating huge funds from their savings. Club owners should be able to pay players in full, irrespective of the pandemic, because they need their salaries even now. Okay, this is insurance from Benin. Thank you. Yes, political great Mr. Ibrahim, should I say you are okay? Should I say you are confusing Gosa? He's making a point and you counter. Okay, all right. Don Morgan. Okay, I think I understand what I said, but I was not confusing. We can actually have an argument over something, So it's not. I wasn't countering him. And Good Day Sports Trios. Before now, the government-owned clubs claims they don't make money from the sports. The say government pays from their coffers, so I don't think clubs should slash player salaries when state government haven't declared ideal reduction. Just think, Coach Joe Jesus. Okay. Good sports researchers. If administrators want the Nigerian players to take a pay cut, Amadou Pinnick, Shehu, Diku, and Co should take the lead. Dr. Sheriff. Dr. Sheriff, maybe you should research first and find out whether Amadou Pinnick gets paid them salary from the Nigeria Football Federation. Ibrahim and Co, this corona don't spoil football, or how we go do them now? It's from Kelechi Madu. This one says, good day, guys. The employer usually determines the terms of service. That is what the NFF has done in the case of war. Thanks for your good job. From Ken. Good day, sirs. Okay, let's see. Dear Sportical Great, must the national coach go abroad to monitor players? Can't he watch them on TV and still achieve his aim? He should stay in Nigeria and help develop the league. From Don Morgan. Well, Don Morgan, I hope you've been watching what happens in Europe. Why doesn't the coach of England, Gareth Southgate, stay in his hotel room? He's there in England, so he can actually watch them on TV. But why does he go to the stadium to watch them? Why does he travel to Germany to see his player than Sancho?
His presence in Europe also attracts so many fans into the stadium. So
yeah, one last one. Good day, Sportical Greats. Think the NFF should give Janet Raw the chance to travel to different countries to see his players. He needs to have that bond with his players. I haven't seen him travel to Saudi Arabia to watch Ahmed Musa do, but I think he should be given the chance. Elvis from Lucky Way. All right, guys, that's our packet. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 on a fresh edition of Sports Fiesta. Sorry, the lines are still blinking, all three of them, but we can't take any more calls. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, immediately after the news at 5 p.m., we'll be having a repeat of the governor's broadcast today. Okay? KFM news break is up at 5. See you tomorrow morning. I'm Sally Ibrahim. Many thanks to August Albeckan for joining me on the show. Bye-bye.
My people, make on a listen, no be news again.
Now the news in detail. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, on Wednesday recorded 16 new cases of the coronavirus. 10 cases were recorded in Lagos. 2 cases were recorded in the FCT, 2 in Oyo, 1 in Delta, and 1 in Katsina. This brings the total number of confirmed cases in Nigeria to 254. So far, 44 persons have been discharged, with 6 deaths recorded in Nigeria. For a breakdown of cases by states, Lagos has 130, FCT 50, Osun 20, Oyo 11, Edo 11, Bauchi 6, Akwa Ibom 5, Kaduna 5, Ogun 4, Enugu 2, Ekiti 2, Rivers 2, Benue 1, Ondo 1, and Kwara 2, Delta 1, and Katsina 1. Meanwhile, the number of confirmed coronavirus disease infections around the world now stands at 1,447,466, with 83,471 deaths recorded. About 309,825 people have recovered so far. America has overtaken Europe in the number of confirmed cases and highest casualty figure per day. The federal government has sent a new budget proposal to the National Assembly for consideration in view of global economic realities as a result of the outbreak of the spread of COVID-19. The new proposal, which is currently being considered by the leadership of the legislature, reduced the 2020 estimate from 10.594 trillion naira to 10.276 trillion naira. It also reduces the oil benchmark from $57 per barrel to $30 per barrel, while the oil production volume was reduced from 2.17 million barrel to 1.70 million barrel, and exchange rate increased from 305 naira to a dollar to 360 naira to a dollar. The fire that engulfed the 4th floor of Treasury House has been put out. Minister of State Budget and National Planning was at the scene in the company of the Accountant General of the Federation to assess the level of damage. Men of the Federal Fire Service, Air Force, Navy, and the Federal Capital Territory Fire Service were on hand to put out the fire. The 4th floor accommodates the Treasury Single Accounts, Funds, Federal Account Allocation Committee, and Revenue Departments. The minority caucus in the House of Representatives has accused the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari of discriminating against some states in the disbursement of palliative funds and other essential materials meant to cushion the effect of coronavirus pandemic in the country. The minority caucus therefore urged the government to adopt a uniform disbursement and distribution measures to benefit all the states of the federation. The opposition lawmakers, in a statement issued by the minority leader of the House of Representatives, Ndudi Elumelu, on Wednesday, warned that should the government ignore this advice, the efforts to arrest the rampaging coronavirus might be counterproductive. Elumelu, however, commended the contributions of well-meaning citizens as well as the organized private sector in the national effort to check the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria. KFM News Break continues right after this break. Stay with us.
First baby cry in the labor room, and within the first 1 hour of birth, baby should be put to mother's breast. That first yellowish colostrum is the baby's first immunization and has the right nutrient baby needs to grow healthy, strong, and sharp. Ask the health worker to put your baby to the breast within the first hour. Give only breast milk, no water, no fluid, exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong, zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Tribe and other partners.
Still in the news, the National Examinations Council, NECO, said it has not postponed the 2020 Basic Education Certificate Examination, BECE, and the Senior School Certificate Examination, SSCE, due to the prevailing situation in the country. In a statement issued by the Head of Information and Public Relations Division of the Council, Aziz Sani, declared that the management has never contemplated shifting the date scheduled for the two examinations. Aziz added that only the 2020 National Common Entrance Examination, NCEE, was postponed indefinitely due to the outbreak of COVID-19, while other dates remain the same for now. A Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, on Wednesday urged the Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Justice Tanko Mohammed, to reopen the courts to take urgent matters. Falana observed that heads of the various courts have been vested with the power to designate judges and magistrates to attend to urgent matters in accordance with the laws establishing such courts. However, in order to observe the social distancing directive, he suggested that arrangements be made for judges to hear urgent applications via Skype or Zoom. Falana said he made a request in order to also ensure that thousands of people who are either awaiting trial or under investigation are not subjected to unlawful detention. While authorities are striving to contain the spread of coronavirus disease in Edo State, Yongxing Steel, a Chinese company based in Edo State, continued operation with over 2,000 workers despite partial lockdown. Details in our Extra Voices after this short break.
In the ever-revolving world of news, one story becomes extinct the moment another major story breaks.
Market women don't know whether they be anything.
But with KUFM's Extra Voices, the story never dies. It just takes on a new life.
Market meho. There is no water in the house. The toilet is not good.
We don't have any fashion in APC.
We bring you new angles and fresh perspectives to every story, no matter how old or remote.
There are a lot of educated people that are involved in politics nowadays.
We go a little beyond the surface to get you those extra details ignored in the rush for the news.
Now bridge, now we take the entire now.
Some don't die for inside.
We go beyond the lines to bring extra voices, not just for those making the stories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But for those affected by the stories.
I've lost one bag of rice, documents.
So it's a real disaster.
With Extra Voices, we add new flavor to give fresh perspective and taste to an old story. Extra Voices airs every Wednesday and weekends on KUFM's major news bulletins.
A Chinese company based in Ugwa, Igboba, Oka local government area of Edo State has continued operation despite the partial lockdown order by the government to contain the spread of coronavirus disease in Edo State. Workers in the company told Extra Voices that they have been locked inside the gated plant for over a week now as it continues production 24 hours. Extra Voices gathered that many of them living 10 in a room have been coughing persistently without medical checks. Chinedu Ekeja has been tracking the story for Extra Voices, and here is the full details.
Occupying a massive expanse of land with over 2,000 workforce in a single shift, Yongxing Steel Company is obviously in a world of its own, not affected by the halt that the outbreak of coronavirus disease has put on companies all over the world. While other multinational companies operating in Edo State, including those manufacturing essential beverages, have shut down operations, Yongxing never put off its plant, not even for a minute. Extra Voices visited some of the plants like Coca-Cola along Benin Auchi Road, Guinness plant along Agbo Park, and many others. We observed a near-death silence with just a few active workers on site.
The plant is not working. The plant is not working right yet.
Well, Yongxing Steel has obviously snubbed a lockdown order by the authorities to curtail the spread of coronavirus disease, even as other companies are counting their losses as a result of the halts in operation. Some of the workers spoke to Extra Voices on the condition that their names should not be mentioned. They told us that they have been locked in with a threat to lose their jobs or salaries if they leave. Against the social distancing rule, they were crowded 10 persons in a dormitory room, even while many of them have been coughing, sneezing, and exhibiting other symptoms persistently.
They used to pay us when we work. If they don't want us to go, nonsense. Not enough accommodation. Almost 30 people is living inside one apartment. So some of those workers here are taking. They have serious cough and fever. It's nice. Don't used to allow people to rest. Everybody disturbing people with cough. I'm talking about inside the room that I am. The rest room. To go there will seem more problem.
They can't leave or protest, even when many of them want to. the company pays mid-month, and that will mean losing all you've worked for since 15th of last month.
Some of them, they are afraid of reporting because if they report, they will send them home without payment.
Another worker who also pleaded anonymity countered the claim, though he confirmed the plant has operated multiple shifts since COVID-19 outbreak, where he said workers were given a choice to either leave or stay.
There is constant hand sanitizer at the gate of the dormitory. There are lots of people who have decided that they are going to work, apart from people that came from far. But I was listening to your station when someone called and was complaining that there is a lock inside. It is something of sort.
He said the company also approved 15,000 naira feeding allowance due to the restriction imposed on workers' movement so they don't go out and get infected. A claim another worker confirmed but said it remained a mere pronouncement. Extra Voices took a trip to the plant about 15 kilometers off the city center to authenticate these claims.
Take the next right toward Bypass Road.
Thick cloud of smoke emanating from the large plant, indicating that smelting and other production processes are going on. Though we were not allowed entrance, we observed a crowd of workers in their hundreds milling around various segments of the plant. Soldiers and mobile policemen were on ground at the gate. Outside the plant, there's a bubble of human activities as businesses, including a brothel shop, were active while hundreds of trucks lined up waiting to be loaded with goods or discharge metal scraps raw materials for the plant.
How many now?
We made frantic efforts to reach the management of Yongjin Steel, but they frustrated every effort to get them to react to these claims. Extra Voices spoke to a lady identified as a senior manager in the company. She first said the company has shut down operation due to coronavirus disease, but when confronted with claims of the workers and our observations, she said she can't talk for now, promising to get back to Extra Voices.
But now the company is not down.
What production is going on?
I don't really know what I'm saying. Okay, I'll get back to you then. I'll get back to you.
Okay. She never did, and she never picked nor returned any of the telephone calls placed on her line subsequently. When contacted, members of Edo State COVID-19 response team said they were not aware of the situation. One of the members and Commissioner for Health, Dr. Patrick Okondia, said they will mobilize their team to visit the plant immediately. For KUFM's Extra Voices, Chinedu Ekeja.
Coming up in a moment, Naira Marley gets pardoned by Lagos State government over violation of order.
First 6 months of a baby's life brings that first smile, that first laugh. For the first 6 months, don't give water. Breast milk has everything baby needs to grow strong and sharp. For the first 6 months, give baby only breast milk. No water, no fluid, no other food. Exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong. Zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
We're still on to KUFM News Break. On entertainment, Nigerian singer Naira Marley has been pardoned by the Lagos State government over the violation of its order. The music star was arraigned on Wednesday, April 8, 2020, after he violated the government's lockdown order by attending a house party. He was arraigned alongside the Lagos-based politician Babatunde Baramosi and his wife. After the announcement of appearance, the Lagos state government then pardoned the singer and the 2 other defendants. And lastly, veteran actor Okwak Asukwo, who played the role of Boniface in the popular Village Headmaster, is dead. Asukwo's death was announced in a statement signed by the public relations officer of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Mona Lisa Koka, which was shared on Instagram. The Village Headmaster was a television series which was shown on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, from 1968 to 1988. And that's the news, but before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Federal government reduces 2020 budget. NECO denies postponing 2020 BECE and SSCE. Chinese company in Edo State ignores lockdown order to curtail spread of coronavirus. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KFM News Break was produced by Jennifer Oyana. I'm Benjamin Kadiri, saying thanks for listening. Good evening. And please stay tuned for the governor's message today on coronavirus, coming up shortly.
Amazing. I permit to say as many amazings as possible. You listened to Cherry O Baby by UB40. Right after that, you checked out In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. You also checked out Frozen by Madonna and Everyday by Phil Collins. Yay! Okay, so Benjamin was asking, what's up with all this, mushy music? What's happening? What's happening? Well, it's We're Back Wednesday. And usually I just like to, guess it all out. Now,
you're trying to get it all out and causing me to get it all in.
I don't even know what that means. Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. Guys, I have no idea what are you spewing? What is that?
Don't worry.
No, just to be sure. Last night I decided to make a list of songs that I really, 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 really love so much. And actually, someone put me into the challenge. Someone put me up to the task and said, can you give me some songs from the 80s, the 60s, the 70s? Could you do that? I said, oh, great. And off the top of my head, I made a list almost immediately, 20 though. Just some
60s, 70s, you said?
Yeah, 60s, 70s. Yeah.
That'd be great.
No, Benjamin, I say it all the time. My neighbors will be wondering, why is this lady boring us to death with that kind of music?
Yeah.
When I'm live on the show, you guys get to listen to all them files and techno and Alamidi and all that, because that's what it's basically up-tempo. The drive time is up-tempo, so yeah. But, when I'm alone, on my own. And then, just very recently, Ace of Base with the song titled I Saw a Sign. That song is amazing. And it opened up my eyes. I saw the song. Oh my God. Ooh, that's a great song. That's a great song as well. I did Sherilyn Cher with the song titled Believe. That was released in 1998 actually. But that's an amazing song. Okay. Then there's a Shoop Shoop song. Yeah? The one that she did. I think it's still my ringtone. Does she love me? I want to know. How can I tell if he loves me so? Is it in his touch? Oh no. You know that song? Oh my God, it's a great song.
I'm trying to figure it out. It sounds like something I heard before.
Yeah, definitely. I made that list and I tapped myself at the back. I said, man. Okay, you have Remember Me by Lucky Dube, 1989. That's an amazing song. In whatever you do, remember
me. That's a classic reggae music.
Yeah, that's an amazing song. Then I have Do You Remember by Phil Collins, 1989 as well. Man, the list is just, I just kept looking at it. Donna Summer, 83. Donna said she works hard for the money. She works hard. Come on, give me, brother. So hard for me, honey. Come on, she works hard for the money, so you better treat her right. Oh my God. Guys, okay. So So you get to tell us today on the show because if you got traffic report, do well to give us that as well. But you get to tell us what's your all-time favorite classic. Yeah, it's Wheelback Wednesday today. So if you mention that one, I'm gonna search through my playlist and hopefully I'll find it. Look, I have it. I can play it at home for you.
So which is your all-time favorite classic?
Darling. That's why I'm putting it out to them, just for them to remind me of all those songs. Because really, I can't pick one.
Because there are
it's hard. No, it's hard. I can't pick one. I can't pick one.
Evergreen, timeless music.
I cannot
for me to pick a
Lord,
all-time favorite.
I just.
But if there are some songs actually.
Then let's talk a little bit about groups as well. We can talk about ABBA. We could talk about what's their names? Bonnie M. Very recently though. We could talk about what's her name? The OJs. Yes. No. Keep going.
OJs.
Wise.
Whispers.
Wise. No. A group of four.
A group of four. Tell me, like, when did they reign?
In the 80s. The 80s.
All right. So let's see.
The 70s, 80s. Yes, it's a band.
White band. Black group or white?
Yeah, white.
White.
Yeah.
That should be. Okay. Wham.
No. When we get there, I would definitely play that one for you. Okay. And that's how we say welcome to the show. It's the Drive Time Show. It's Wheelback Wednesday, I'm so excited because today I get to share some parts of my playlist with you. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. You know this is the most exciting time on radio. Of course, you guys already know that because you're always a part of it from 5 to 9. And they call her Soba.
Yeah, baby, and that's Benjamin, a.k.a. Bugsy Gambino, a.k.a. the son of the Sleek, a.k.a. the Black James Bond. And he's giving me the sign to just let it go. Okay, let it go. 0706-263-9275 or 0903-939-4427.
Okay, start sending them text messages as well. Send to the WhatsApp portal on 0812-178-9154 and SMS only to 0807-400-9076.
Let's talk about your all-time favorites. Old school music, classic, all-time favorite. Let me hear that. Hello, good evening.
It's very good evening to you.
Good evening, Sosos. How you doing?
I'm fine, you guys.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I just
all right, want to know what your all-time favorite old song is? Your all-time favorites. It's Wheelback Wednesday, so we're looking at
You know, what the music was being played to by I'm telling you, I really enjoyed it, and I said you guys to please do more.
All right.
So, where are you right now? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm at Sapler Road by Fort Junction.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, free ride, no traffic, nothing. Let's busy with this period. Everybody are in there now, so safe, you know. And I think today we saw the government starting to communicate the market, some of the markets in town today.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them. I saw them other markets. They were there today.
All right, cool.
And the children, they were going to close by schools.
Okay, so
from there. Yeah.
Thank you so much for calling. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Shiva.
Hi, good evening to you. What's your name?
Yeah, Dr. Gambino.
Yeah, good evening, bro. It's popping.
Yeah, Danjuma from Alti.
Danjuma.
All right, Danjuma, how's your day going?
Today is fine, thank God.
Okay, so you want to share with us?
Yes, I know there is a particular Bob Marley song, but I don't know the title. I know that song very much, so I used to play it.
Okay.
And I have it at home. When I'm alone, just nothing.
Is there a possibility you can sing the song?
2 lines at least.
Huh?
At least give us 2 lines from the song now, since you don't know the title.
Thank you for calling. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good to have you on the show. What's your name?
Barcelona.
What's up?
I do.
It's good because it keeps you guys with us right here.
Okay, so tell us. Old school, love it.
Just play me
Lucky Dube Slave.
No, calm down. We're not playing songs for you. We're just asking you, what's that one song that you love from way back, old school, at least from the 80s backwards?
You should have asked me when I was born.
Sweetheart, sorry.
Okay, but I saw Lucky Dube Slave.
Slave, Lucky Dube.
Yeah, Lucky Dube.
All right, thank you. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Yeah, baby, good to have you on the show. What's your name?
Yeah, baby, DJ Smith. And
Hey, Mr. Smith, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, brother. What's up now? How you guys doing that?
Chilling, as usual. Chilling.
All right, good to hear. Same with me here. In fact, God willing, everywhere good here.
Nice. All right, bro.
You guys are doing a good job there. I am enjoying the way back jam you guys are playing there.
All right, man.
More to come.
All right.
Thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Hi. Good evening. Good to have you on the show. Okay, so that's Musa.
Musa. Benjamin from Daddy. How you doing, little kiddo?
All right, thank you so much for calling, Musa. We're going to step out very quickly. We will be right back. Stick around.
92.7 KUFM.
Peter Baker. Woohoo! Okay, for all you oldies out there, yeah, I'm sure you're definitely enjoying the show. Now, you guys that are waiting for Whiskey and Davido and Tiwa Savage, don't worry. Long
time.
Because today I'm prepared, 100% prepared. So I really want to find out what your playlist is like, yeah? So if you are, guys, by the way, I remember I was talking about the Beatles, yeah? It was the Beatles. No, that would be in the 50s now. 50s, 60s, maybe early 70s, yeah. I was talking about the Beatles, guys. But yeah, let us know what kind of music tickles your fancy. And I'm talking about old school jams, because it's Will Back Wednesday today. So if you are one of those who like these days and these times, we love you. Hello? Okay. 0706-263-9275 or 0903-939-4427.
And of course, send text messages. Start sending them now. Send to the WhatsApp platform on 0812-178-9154. Then send SMS strictly to 0807-400-9076.
Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Soba.
Yeah, baby, good to have you on the show.
Benjamin, isn't it?
Yep, he's here.
Hey, Benjamin. I see.
I'm good. How you doing?
Fine.
What's crack-a-lackin'?
What's your name?
My name is Amaka. I'm prepared.
Amaka, good to have you on the show. Hope you're having a good day.
Yeah.
All right, Amaka, we're talking about music from way back. What's your favorite? Do you even love old school music?
Yeah.
All right. Which one?
That is it.
Auntie, thank you for calling. God bless you. Hello, good evening. Good to have you on the show. What's your name?
I'm calling from Ekema Road.
Hello. Good to have you here. All right, hello from Ekema Road. How is Ekema Road this evening?
It's fine.
Beautiful. So, do you love old school music?
I love.
All right. What era?
Well, I can't see. All
right. Just give me one song. What's that one song? Hey, I see you, girl. I see you. Hello, good evening.
Hi.
Good evening to you. Good to have you on the show. Jennifer, darling. Kilo Day. What's happening? Oh, so sorry. So sorry, love. Feel better, eh? Feel better.
You're right here, so it's good to feel better when you're here. You know, every day is a good day when you're on the Drive Time show.
All right, darling. Okay, so we get to register the entire crew, yeah?
Definitely.
Got you. Great day.
Okay,
Great day.
Give us a great smile before you
So we're talking about old school music. Is there anyone you love? Do you love old school music?
Old school music.
Mm-hmm.
I've forgotten the one I love.
Okay.
Don't like Michael Jackson.
All right, darling. Do well to rest, okay? We love you, Jennifer. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Hi. Oh, good to have you on the show.
E. Gambino.
What's up, my bro?
Almost great here.
Okay. Welcome. How is Uber Road this evening?
Cool.
Cool.
Nice weather too after the rain.
Did it rain heavily there?
It was heavy.
Oh, really?
Wasn't that actually long, so.
Oh, I see.
An hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was heavy.
So tell us your choice of music if you love old school music.
Shade Ado.
Oh my gosh! Please tell me it's the one that I love.
I think he's. Let me actually.
No, let him. I want
That's it actually.
All right, darling. Thank you so much. Smooth Operator. It is by Shade Adu. My best of the best when it comes to Shade Adu is By Your Side. Oh God, I can play that music every day, every hour. Never get tired of it. Okay. So we got to step out. We got a sponsored religious program coming up, and right after that, we will be back to take some more calls and talk about old school music and how it affects you. Yeah. Do you think that this generation have lost it completely because of the kind of music this generation listens to? Yeah. Sometimes we have our parents or grandparents. Some of them say, "What do you guys listen to these days? I don't understand. Is this music? What is he even saying?" I will talk about that much later. But for now, what's love got to do with it? Tina Turner.
You must understand the touch of your hand makes my pulse react. That it's only the thrill of boy meeting girl opposites attract. It's physical, only logical. You must try to ignore that it means more than that. Oh, what's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? It may seem to you that I'm acting confused when you're close to me. If I tend to look dazed, I read it someplace. I've got cause to be. There's a name for it. There's a phrase that fits. But whatever the reason to do it for me, oh, what's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken?
92.7 KUFM.
Magina sweet. I'm trying to make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or rest. Try Magina Jackpot for that delicious bottom pot. Jackpot, delicious bottom pot. Magina Jackpot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Niger Pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggie, cook the difference.
KUFM 92.7. Turn on excitement.
That will make me think he has stopped loving me.
Welcome to Christ Life, a product of Church of God Mission International. I I am Margaret Benson Idahosa, and I know that this program is going to inspire you. I want you to call your friends, sit back, and watch, and be blessed.
Today's message is in Hymn Part 4.
Galatians 3:13, the Bible says, cursed is he, or Christ has redeemed us from what? The curse of the law, being made a curse for us. And for it is written, cursed is he, is everyone that hangeth on a tree. Note this is an Old Testament story of anybody who did something deserving of death. And when they put them on the cross or the tree, they are considered accursed by God. That's why upon how many times Pilate offered Jesus to the Jews to kill him, the Jews refused. Because if the Jews wanted to kill Jesus, they would have stoned him to death. But stoning him to death will not bring God's curse on him. And if God's curse does not come upon him, the justice of God is not satisfied. So when the Jews were offered to kill Jesus, they refused. And then Pilate, with the Romans, agreed to kill him, and they put him on the cross on the tree. And when he hung on that tree, he satisfied God's justice forever. For God's curse came upon him. Is somebody hearing what I'm saying? And he hung on that tree, cursed by God. And Paul says, in exchange of the curse, what has come to us is the blessing of Abraham. What's that? The forgiveness of our sins. Somebody shout amen. Now what can you say now, therefore, that you cannot be blessed and be cursed at the same time? What is curse? What is curse? In Numbers chapter 23, Numbers 23, Balak the king of Moab called Balaam the prophet, the known sorcerer. He said, come, there's a people who are advancing towards me. Everybody who fights them physically.
And I mean that, like, when it comes to a man, what's the spec? What's the ideal husband material? What should a lady be looking out for?
Well, it depends on the individual that is searching.
I'm wondering why Sagram Emmanuel, news reporter, ran away from the studio. I wanted to ask him that question. The question is directed at him. But Benjamin, you have to answer.
Yeah, he was actually trying to tell you what his kind of spec. Like, he's a spec, he's an item.
Okay, yeah. Benjamin, let's say you are a spec. What should a lady expect?
A whole lot. It depends. Sometimes it's what you see in the physical. Sometimes
it's what you see in the spiritual.
What you don't see in the physical that you probably will have to see privately. So that's how it works.
It's privately.
Yes, of course. It's between the two people. The attraction actually is.
Why are you stuttering all of a sudden? Did you mean something else when you say privately? Did you mean something else?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not anything outside the context of what we're saying. I'm just trying to tell you it's all in the eyes of the beholder. She alone knows what she's looking for.
She that is looking for, and you that is husband material. Please explain to me who her husband material is. Now, I'll throw open the phone lines. I will be taking your messages. When the call comes in, I will take it as well. 0706 263 9275 or 0903 939-4427. Now, aside the money part, where everyone would say, every lady is looking out for a man that has money, what are the other things that a lady should look out for, really?
Muscles.
Hey, Benjamin, muscles. How many have you got? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Benjamin.
Good evening. What's up, bro?
All right, Musa, did you hear the question? You want to answer?
All
right, call me back then. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening to you. What's your name?
Damidala.
Damidala, what's up? Yeah, baby.
Hello.
What's good, Damidala? Dollar bill.
I'm fine, I'm fine.
All right, man. Did you hear the question? You want to answer?
Let me try now.
Okay, try. Go ahead.
No girls or ladies of females are very difficult to understand, so I don't know. But I think they should look out for a guy that is caring. Yeah.
Okay, guy that's caring. So for you are a caring guy. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
For instance, yeah.
Okay, so caring. All right, caring.
And the guy that listens, has listening to their problem.
Caring guy.
Okay, a caring guy that listens. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Great. All right. Thank you so much. Damidola says caring and listening. Hello. Good evening.
Turn down the volume of the radio set. Turn down the volume of the radio. Have you done that?
Hello. Good evening. Hi. Good evening. Yeah, baby. Good to have you on the show. What's your name? Okay. Good to have you. So tell us, what is a husband material? Who is a husband material? What should a lady be looking out for? What did he say? What did he just say? So I didn't get that part. There's trouble. Look, lots of people will say, I'm good for you. What do you have to offer? Yeah? Lots of people will say, I'm ready. I just haven't found the right one. Fantastic. What are the things that you're looking out for? Now, I'm not saying as a lady, what are you looking out for? Or as a guy, what are you looking out for? I'm saying as a guy, what have you got to offer? As a lady, what have you got to offer? That's the question. Aside money, yeah? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening to you. What's your name? Hi, good evening. What's your name?
Hello, Peter from Benin.
Peter, good to have you on the show. Welcome.
Yeah. Should I go on?
Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. A guy that's humble.
Humility.
And has the fear of, yes, and has the fear of God. That is all.
Okay. Humility and the fear of God. All right.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Go ahead. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
What's your name? What's your name?
Oh, you call back.
Okay, Musa, go ahead.
Okay. Every time I remember my parents, somebody like Uncle Jack in what?
I'm not even interested in having a conversation with you, dude. That's not what I asked, okay? That's not what I asked. Good evening.
Hello.
Hi, good evening to you. What's your name?
My name is Stanley.
Stanley, could you turn down the volume on that radio set?
Okay, done that.
Bless you. Thank you so much. All right, Stanley, go ahead.
Yeah, it's my first time calling this program. I'm listening to this program all week long since last week. Wonderful program. Let me comment you guys.
Thank you so much, Stanley, and welcome to the family. We appreciate the call.
Thank you. Am I on the real super?
Yes, you are.
Not the fake one.
Oh my Lord, Stanley, come back! Oh, I really wanted to hear what he had to say. He sounds like someone who's got
already.
Calm down.
What's Stanley, come back.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good to have you on the show. What's your name? Hi.
My name is Carol. Good evening, Suba and Oga Benji.
Good evening to
evening.
you.
Your name is what? Tayo?
Taiwo.
I'm Taiwo too. How is Kende?
It's fine. I'm a first caller.
Yay!
First time caller. Welcome to the family.
Welcome, Taiwo. Good to have you on the show.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Thank you. Okay. I think what a lady should look for in a man is a man that has a fear of God, a man that is honest, and a man that is caring.
So basically what you're saying is you're describing yourself. You've got all of that.
That's exactly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, you got all of that, right?
I got it, yeah.
Fantastic. Taiwo, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that one.
Okay, so
the fear of God.
Platform to start looking for a spouse.
No, then she wait. Stargirl will come much later. No, Stargirl will come much later to do that.
It's a guy like
that's the hookup show. Me, I don't have to see. I'm not even prepared for that. Hello, good evening. Hi, good evening. Good evening to you. What's your name? Hello? Oh, darling, so sorry. Okay, guys, keep the call coming in 0706 263 9275 or 0903 939 4427.
And you can also call 0812-178-9154.
Okay, this message here says, good evening to you, Soba and Benji. I'm loving the show in this lockdown period. Thanks for relieving my boredom. And this is from Kate from Agwo. Kate, thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Sylvester.
Yeah, baby, good to have you on the show. What's your name?
Sylvester.
Sylvester, go ahead.
What the guy looks at in a woman.
No, not what he looks at. What do you have to offer? So we're talking about you. What are you offering to a woman?
Okay.
Sincerity. That's good. That's good. That's honesty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sylvester. You have to be objective in everything. Don't you think the way about that thing? Say the right way.
Sincerity, objectivity.
Even if you are 10,000 people and they say it in the wrong way, try to see it in the right direction and stand on it.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Before you know, you start having support.
Oh.
That is how a man,
so that's
a man, a true man, supposed to.
So that's who you
are. Wow.
Exactly.
I appreciate the call. Sincerity and objectivity. I love objectivity. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Soma.
Hi, good evening.
How are you, Honorable?
Hey, okay. Honorable, fire time.
When they talk,
yeah.
What did I say? What did you say I said?
Honorable, leave that one. That was just a joke.
Is it not what they are looking for these days?
Okay. For me, good looking.
No. Honorable, back up. I'm talking about you. What do you have to offer? Not what you're looking out for. What are you offering? Yes.
I know that I have a good character. I'm beautiful. More money in my pocket. And God fearing.
Oh, you got money. Honorable.
Really?
Yeah.
Since last year or 2 years ago, we've been asking you to send us money for recharge card. Honorable, how
you know what $7 say? You may invest Chinese invest one. If you know who will tell you.
Honorable,
thank you so much for calling.
God is watching.
Honorable is all shades of beautiful. Oh my gosh. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hi, good evening to you. What's your name?
My name is Flajo from Indona.
Please say that again. What's your name?
Flajo.
Flajo.
Yeah.
All right, Flajo, go ahead.
Flajo. Okay.
Like a guy that is calm.
Hold on. Flajo, are you male or female?
Male.
You are male. You are male.
Yes.
Yeah? Do you mind me asking, Flajo, how old are you?
I'm 16.
Sweetheart,
seriously?
I love you. Thank you so much for calling. Bless you, darling. Bless you. Hello, good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening to you. What's your name?
Hello.
Good evening. What's your name?
My name is Stephen Utomi.
Stephen Utomi.
Stephen
Utomi. Good to have you on the show. Reminds me of Pat Utomi.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Wow. I'm really happy that my call has been picked today.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We're happy with you. So go ahead.
The first time caller.
That makes it too. Welcome. All right. So I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening.
He spends too much time.
Hello, good evening. Hi, good to have you on the show. What's your name?
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
That's like 6 times already.
Yeah, I'm Emmanuel calling from Jos.
Emmanuel from Jos. Good to have you here. Welcome.
Emmanuel from Jos.
Yeah, it's been a while. Welcome. Emmanuel from Jos. It's really been a long time. Thank you so much for stopping by. Okay, more calls coming through. Hello, good evening. Hello. Is it raining? Hello, good evening. She's here.
It's the man.
She's here. She's here. Hey.
Oh no,
Princess, come
my
back.
princess.
Yes, your princess. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What's your name?
Abigail, first and foremost.
Abigail.
Caller. Good to
Abigail,
have you.
welcome. Good to have you on the show.
Coming, yes, it was on.
Sorry, say that again.
I thought I was coming to get it at one point.
Ah, so sorry. So
Sorry,
sorry.
darling.
Well, we're glad to have you here now.
Yes,
Okay.
I think I'm going to answer the question about the October, right?
No, it's about you. What do you have to offer? Now we're asking the guys what they have to offer. The ladies have to say as well.
That the man
For
should
me,
yearn
what I
for.
have to offer is food pass, when you stay, when you talk, when you are safe,
Interesting. Interesting.
Okay.
Sister, your list is long. That's good. That's good. So okay. I would have asked if she's married or single, but I'll let that slide. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, good to have you on the show. What's your name?
My name is Jeremiah. I'm calling from Sapero.
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah from Saplera. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
What I have to offer is caring.
Seriously? Huh?
Caring.
Caring. Okay.
Go on. Yeah, thinking.
Dude, if you
yeah,
have to think about it, that means you're not even sure that you have it.
Not even sure we have.
No, you don't. Okay, just a few messages before we bounce. It's almost time. This one here says, good evening, Soba and Mr. Ben. Everything is well here at Urara Junction. This is Paul White from Urara. Thank you so much for the message. Abigail sent a message earlier. She just sent the name back to say this is Abigail. Thank you. This one says, good evening, Soba. One of my favorite old school songs is How Am I Supposed to Live? How am I supposed to live without you? Breakup song. Okay. Michael Bolting. That's a good one. Thank you so much for the message. Benjamin, could you pass me that? Just got to check out. Oh, wow.
Loads of
wow.
them. I
Wow.
was going to tell you.
Benjamin, really? Okay. Hey, Soba and Uncle Ben. My favorite old school song is Long Distance Brandy. It was released yesterday, sweetheart. This one says, this is Sandy from Ekenwa. Good evening, Soba and Benjamin. My all-time favorite is Avril Lavigne. What song? I'm with you and Shana Twine. Okay, that's good. Not old enough, but okay. This one says, good evening, Soba, Uncle Ben. How are you guys doing? My side, I don't know. Okay, it says, sitting at home. Okay, enjoying the show from this side. I beg register me. Excellent boy from First East Secular. Excellent boy, thank you. Hey, Soba and Ben. Way back song is Heal the World by
who?
By USA musicians.
Oh, seriously? That's a total mix-up.
Are you serious right now? Heal the World by Michael Jackson. I'm not even going. Look, Jeremy from Uselu.
Did you say Heal the World by Michael Jackson?
It's Heal the World by Michael Jackson, but he says USA musicians.
Oh, they probably mixed it up for USA for Africa.
No. I don't think so.
are the world.
I don't think so. You know what you're saying. Well done to you. Well, this one says, good evening, Madam Soba and Oga Benji. Okay. And it's Bengi. Okay. So
Bengi. Bengi.
How are you guys doing? For me, my favorite old school is Kilele Yuluao. Skip.
Was that part of the message?
This one, I just skipped it. Good evening, guys. Thanks to KUFM. The stay-at-home thing is not really easy, but we've been trying. And my name is Lady. Lady, it's been a while.
Lady.
Good evening, Soba. That's a good song, actually. Lady.
Lady.
That's an amazing song. Good evening, Soba, the gorgeous queen. My name is Jordan. Jordan, this is my first time on the show. My best throwback song is Candy Girl. Oh, new edition.
Girl,
oh,
you are my world.
You touched me somewhere.
That's so sweet.
Thank you so much for the message. This one here says, good evening, Soba Taiwo. Now, wow, spell the name well. Now, SOBA. Soba with the most beautiful voice in the world. Woo, woo, woo.
Who said that?
And the Big Ben. My old school song is Another Day in Paradise by Phil Collins. Beautiful song. My old school song is When a Man Loves a Woman. Yes! By Mark Button. That's Mark Button.
Please just correct
Mark
him.
Button.
Just please be nice.
Ego, thank you for the message.
What's his name?
Michael Bolton. Ego.
Ego.
Yeah.
Ego is Michael Bolton.
Mark Button. Good evening, Savannah Benjamin. My greatest classic is Coat of Many Colors by Dolly Parton. And that's from Daniela. Guys, we love you, but we gotta go because our head of programs is going to come through us out here any moment now. So we gotta go. Thank you for all of the messages. You guys have been amazing. But hey, we get to whip you if you didn't make it to class. But because we got quite a number of messages that we haven't taken yet, I would only read out the register. Benjamin, you ready?
Skip the whip.
Yeah, we'll skip the whipping.
All right, yeah, I'm ready. Ready like Freddy.
All right, let's do this then.
Roll call. Those that made it to class today. So-so.
Present.
Danjuma.
Present.
Barcelona.
Present.
DJ Smith.
Present.
Musa.
Present.
Amaka.
Present.
Eloho.
Present.
Jennifer.
Present.
And the crew Ben.
Present.
Uncle Jide.
Present.
Wifey.
Present.
Winnie.
Present.
Grandma.
Present.
Ogongo.
Present.
Christy.
Present.
Chica.
Present.
Ego.
Present.
Asa Billion.
Present.
Evelyn.
Present.
Ruth.
Present.
Lexi.
Present.
And the crew.
Present.
Princess Maria.
Present.
Princess Lyric.
Present.
Trinity.
Present.
King Jason.
Present.
And the Sugars with his wifey.
Present.
Ice Religion.
Present.
Big J.
Present.
Lee.
Present.
Dami Dollar.
Present.
Prince Aigbedion.
Present.
Sega.
Present.
Ogogo.
Present.
Princess.
Present.
Sandra.
Present.
Red and yellow. Red and yellow.
Present.
Sam Peperampe.
Present.
Stanley.
Present.
Taiwo.
Present.
Kate.
Present.
Sylvester.
Present.
Honorable.
Present.
Flajo.
Present.
Stephen Utomi.
Present.
Emmanuel.
Present.
Princess.
Present.
Abigail.
Present.
Jeremiah.
Present.
Paul White.
Present.
Sandy.
Present.
Excellent boy.
Present.
Lady.
Present.
Jordan.
Present.
Jordan is the last.
Present. All right, and we got to step out right now. Thank you so much to everyone who made it to class today. We love you.
Totally love you.
Across our social media platforms, we are at KUFM Nigeria, KUFM Nigeria. A video is about to drop on the social media platform, by the way. Yeah, guys, look forward to it. Check it out in a moment because it's going to drop.
Hey,
okay.
What video is it?
Okay, I'm just going to spill it. It's Benjamin and Blessing. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, you get to follow Benjamin as well on social media.
No.
Yes, on Twitter, it is at Bugsy Gambino. And on Instagram, BGambino77.
Catch me on Twitter as well. The Real Soba on Twitter. The Real Soba. And of course, on Instagram, Real Soba, RE.